Hello, my friends. How you doing? Good to see you. DavidSnedeker here with the indoctrination. I am excited to talk about the weekend and today's events with you. I think it's absolutely unbelievable what's taking place right now, and so it's going to be a very very good night together. Folks, please let me know if I'm coming through loud and clear. And I've got to check on my microphone as well here in a minute. Uh, Cheers, everybody! Welcome. Come on in. Wow. So let me get to the chat here. See who was the first in the door here. Looks like Jennifer Spishak. How are you? Hello, Patriots. Love you, Sneds. How you doing? Good, great to see you. Long time no see, SM. I'm going live a lot on both Rumble, the indoctrination. Let me put that up for you. It's the indoctrination, no space to find me. I've got a lot coming up here. Hold on. Let's see. I've got to clean some of this stuff out here. Come on in, check your coat, grab your favorite drink, snack, pet, pal, and you. And here is the indoctrination on Rumble. And I'm also on X at DaveSnedeker. So please go to those places and hit the notification bell and the thumbs up and follow. And that way you're not going to miss me when there's a live show, because I come on at different times, and we are I'm just seeing my X feed blowing up right now, my friends, blowing up. So welcome one and all. If this show speaks to you, please share it out. We've got about 577 on a few different platforms, and then another looks like nearing looks like 170 on Rumble. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the quote that I had up at the beginning of the show. But let me get back to the comments. Oh, let's see. Let me go back to some of the early ones. Great. Sounds great, Dave. Awesome. Long time no see. Dee Dee Moore, I think you might have been the first one in, possibly. Hard to keep up these past few days. Coming in hot, isn't it, Doc? Unbelievable. Very interesting times, Dave, after we've been late nighting a while. Yeah. I mean, we never thought it would take this long when certainly when I began this journey 5 years ago. But the difference is that, you know, when I began this journey, Q had already been around. And when I say journey, I mean broadcasting to you every night. But before that, I was, you know, doing quite a bit on Facebook and emails and even, you know, March on Monsanto's and stuff like that. I wondered if it would ever happen. When Q came around, we were all kind of invigorated, I believe. Hi, Linda. Great to see you again. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Somebody's saying hello. Come on up. Come on up. He was outside hanging with the deer. There is a fence between them, but he's been enjoying, and vice versa. They're very intrigued with him. So at any rate, Texas Panhandle, Deborah, welcome. Kamala wearing black and white at her event today. Interesting. Possible, you know, Freemasonic shout out. Hey, get behind me. Hi, Hawk. Hawk is, I think he's walking the dogs, but he's going to come back into the chat. And welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Let's see. Once again, just want to thank you, Dave, Jennifer. You're welcome. Yeah, Norma, no all-nighter tonight. I promise. I know my credibility is not strong in telling you that we're going to have a shorter show because many of those times. Hi, Christine. Good to see you from Florida. Let's see, Gary. I knew something biblical would happen in my life, but I would never imagine this and what we are going through right now. I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? And so it was really Q. And I'm going to start with, by the way, the deltas today, folks, on with Q. And if you're not a Q person, I would invite you to stick around because we do so much more than Q here. We do just a lot of, a lot of videos, a lot of breakdowns. Jan, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Polar Bear Paul, is Dave Gutsy again tonight? Great. No, I think that's great to see you again tonight. Please remember to drop on Telegram. I did. Thank you for that reminder. Polar Bear Pause. Appreciate you. Let's see. I know that lead in anywhere. I missed that. Hi, any Sneds in the room? Ohio in the house. Sherry, I'm planning a trip to Ohio, and I was just thinking today about a possible Sned Fest in Ohio, around maybe the Newark area in July. Let's see, in August. So if you have an interest in doing that, please let me know. Please reach out to me at right there. You can email me at the indoctrination at Proton Mail. If you're in Ohio or in the neighboring states and would like to get together for a meal and and one of my shows or just a talk, and so here we are, my friends. I am wow, what a weekend. Let me walk you back through it. Jan, yeah, exactly. You're in Ohio as well. Hi, Vicky. Good to see you. Let me see. Mikey 5555. Thank you all for that. Hey, Mr. Sciatica, good to see you. It's the Head Snedeker, Snedeker, waking up people worldwide. Jay, thank you. 55 on Rumble. Okay, now I'm going to switch over to my mic, and I need to. I tried to do some tests on this last night, and it didn't work too well. So I'm hoping that this is going to work. So I'm going to shift over to my mic, and I just need you, Samantha. You helped me through many sleepless nights. Thank you very much. Yeah, when Q started, we thought it was happening then, Joy. Absolutely right. Edward, good to see you, brother. Warm Arizona friends, family, Sneds, and seeds. Folks, if you're hearing seeds, that is Hawk's mustard seeds, and Hawk is my my buddy that has opens up his YouTube and his Facebook to my shows and my audience, despite the fact that I've destroyed several of his channels with my content. So really glad that he's still getting me into YouTube and Facebook, which I've been persona non grata for many years. So cool to see all the old crowd popping in. I started with the Sned heads, and I'd love to finish this movie with all of you and the Head Sned. Dave, Dee, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. And yeah, we have some business to finish. God bless you, Dave. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Natalie, good to see you. Pennsylvania in the house. Hey, from Minnesota, Marva, good to see you. Okay, 5-5. Happy Sneds and Seeds. Happy Monday to everyone. Okay, so I haven't changed the mic yet. I'm going to do that right now, and I'm begging. I'm asking. Here, let me go to this. God, please let this work. This was this gift. Okay. How is my audio now? Can you hear me okay? I am now on this mic, and I am testing that audio. So please let me know. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Can you hear me okay? Is it better than what you were just hearing. Sharon, 5555, warmer. Okay, perfect. Oh, thank God. Okay. Because this is my SM7B mic. It's a Shure SM7B mic. It is, I believe, the best mic out there. I was trying a lot of different ones. It sounds good. It sounds better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And this was a gift from Beth Hill, our dear Snedhead Beth Hill from many years ago. And she offered to get it for me. And I said, you know what? No, it's too much money. I think it was $400 at the time. And she said, that's okay. And I said, no, and I didn't want to do that. But then I thought, I was listening to one of the things that I did, and I thought, oh my, I believe that what I'm saying is important. And the difference between what I'm doing now and what I was doing for those, for probably a decade leading up to before I went live on Facebook Live, is I was just doing it into my phone. I was just, speaking into my phone, and it was going into storage on hard drives somewhere, and nobody was hearing it. And I thought it was important enough for me to, find my tribe, if you will. And so I found this mic. I tested it out. It was amazing. Beth offered to buy it, and I thought, after I said no, I thought, let me do it, because I really do believe what I'm saying is important, and why not, capture it the best I can. So much thanks to Beth Hill. The reason why I'm testing it out is because I accidentally knocked it off my desk last night when I was working, and I was terrified that it wasn't going to work. So sorry to bore you with all that, but it's a little bit of a history going back a ways. And I wanted to give a shout out to my dear friend, Beth Hill. Let's see. To all the Indoctrination fan page on Facebook who say Dave abandoned them, he's here if you only look. He went through hell the past 2 years, and you need to understand that. Thank you, Dave, for all you do. Thank you, Jay. Or Jane, Jane V, possibly. Thank you for that. And I'm trying to see, I can't even access Facebook. And I just was able to recently. But Hawk has been getting me back into Facebook. So I'm grateful to him for getting me back there. But folks, Snedheads on Facebook, why are you still on Facebook? Why are you still supporting, Mark Zuckerberg? Because it's convenient, because you like it, because you want to wake people up, because you don't want to leave the digital battlefield. I get that. But find me. I'm on Rumble. I'm on X. Come find me. Hey, no. So I'm here, and I'm doing shows. So come on, find me. But we really need to get on X. X is the free speech platform. So much of what Barbara and Jen do on the Snedheads fan page on Facebook is and by the way, would you drop that link for those that are on Facebook that don't have access, or those who enjoy Facebook? Would you drop the link to the Snedheads page, please? But the reason why we're going to migrate over to Truth, we're going to do some stuff on X, is because what's going on there is every article that you send, every video that you send in, most of the stuff they can't put up. And if they put it up, we lose that channel. So we lose that group because of the censorship that's going on Facebook. So please understand that's a very frustrating place for me to be. So Dave, that's where the sleepers live. We have you on X. Great. Yeah, it's still good to not leave the battlefield. X is putting up a lot of truths. No question about it, Jan. Yeah. So let's see. Uh, yeah, I think people should do Dave watch parties. I think it's great. I'd love that. We used to do that. We used to do that when I was on Facebook Live. A lot of people would do on their channel. They would do Facebook Live parties, but and it's easy to do here as well. Hey, Sandy Grace, thank you for all you do. Hugs from Weeki Wachee, Florida. Wish you would come here. Well, thank you so much, Sandy, for your donation. That's over on Rumble, and folks, this is what happens over on Rumble is pretty cool because you can go up here to the bell notification when I go live up here on the right hand corner. Down here in the left hand corner, if you'd like to donate to me, you can do that. And then your comment to me, I'll see it because it comes up here and it stays up here for quite a while. You could put a rant here, you could say whatever you want, put your donation in at whatever amount. And so much appreciated to you, Sandy Grace, for that. Folks, this is how I, this is what I do. People want me to do this a lot more than I do, and I'm doing more and more. But I bring you 18 years of experience in this awakening, and 5.5 years now of live broadcasting, over 5,000 hours, and it's Shauna, have loved spending this week with you, Dave. Shauna, it's same here, and I love you as well. And by the way, to all the original Sned heads, it's a coffin. Oh, inside joke coming out of the White House. By the way, listen, how CB C. Bart Wheeler, how poignant is that comment right now as we are wondering, where's Joe? Where's Joe? Is he dead? Okay. My prediction has been that they are going to take out the fake Joe Biden, not the real Joe Biden, because I believe he was taken out a long time ago. And cheers. And you're welcome. It's been a crazy week, hasn't it? Crazy week. Good old days back. Nita Bells. So how poignant is that? Like, where is he? And Sned Shed Full, Dave, we've grown to one of our basements. We've grown out of one of our basements. This is, we're at 1311 right now, and then another 300 on Rumble. I'm surprised the numbers on Rumble are as low as they are. Simply, and don't forget the thumbs up, folks, and to share if you would, because that's how we beat censorship. That's how we get around a lot of stuff. But what I'm also looking at is with Rumble is their notifications are late. A lot of people aren't getting notifications, and the same with X. So I hope you're getting the notifications. If you're not, please chime in that you're not getting the notifications after you click the bell on both X and Rumble. So, my friends, this is very tenuous times that we are living in, and I am blown away by the significance of some of the predictions by Q. I am impressed with the predictions by Kim Clement. Crazy July. Does it get any crazier than this? It does not. Kim Clement also forecast assassination. He forecast Trump in office. He forecast two presidents at the same time, which I believe we've had. For those of you who are not aware of me and my stance on things. We are in a show, and to wake up the normies, and and you know, the inauguration was fake. It was not shot on that day. He was not signed in. He was not sworn in, I should say, at the right time on the right day, um, as per the every single president since the beginning of our country, with the exception of inauguration day used to be March 4th for the first several presidents. I can't remember when they, changed that, but then they changed it to January 20th. The Oh, he did. You're right, Tubin. Kim Clement even said in 2004 the assassination would occur on a Saturday night. I played some of his stuff this week, and man, how inspiring. I even opened one of the shows with his "No More War, No More War." And Trump was the only president in our lifetime that said no more war. And he stuck to that. And look what's happened since he's been gone, right? John McAfee also had some things to say about that, didn't he? Yeah, a visual president, right? The resident, we called Joe, right? Sleepy Joe. So, and they needed to show us, listen, if this is what you want, meaning the left, meaning the liberals, meaning the never Trumpers, if this is what you want, let us show you what that's going to look like. And look, behold, my friends, behold the absolute craziness, the absolute destruction of our country is absolutely mind-boggling. That the only thing that makes sense of how quickly we open when I say we, I'm talking about this administration, by the way, which you have to group in Kamala with that. I honestly don't think Kamala is going to last a week, folks. X is absolutely crucifying her, and also good to see you, Gene. And also she's not eligible. Now, in a little bit, I'm going to jump over. There's a Spaces happening with Sir Oliver Pollock, and I wanted us to join them. And let me just send him a message. And I'd like us all to join them in a Spaces here, and in like a half an hour or so, and then but I want to start by and I'm sorry I lost my train of thought, but we're gonna go over there for in a little bit, but I want to go to the Q drops and the and some of the deltas for today, and the reason why is because, and here's the thing, I had Oliver on the other night on Saturday night. How many of you were here for that show? Did you enjoy? We went 7 hours on Saturday night. And let me just bring up the deltas. I had them up, but I needed to put them over here. Oh, I know what I was going to say is that not only is Kamala, needs to be grouped in with Joe, the fake Joe, and I think she's fake Kamala, but not only does she need to be grouped in with everything that's been going down, the destruction, the opening of her border. I don't want to even get into it because it's depressing. But not only is she be grouped in with that, but she should also be accountable to her past. I'll give you an example. Incarcerating more black men, second only to Joe Biden when she was the Attorney General of California, um, through the drug laws. Also in California, one of somebody that I admire greatly is David Delayden, and David Delayden did a hidden camera, and this is before, this is before Project Veritas, when David Delayden took a hidden camera in with meetings with the Planned Parenthood directors in California and got them to admit and even negotiate the sale of the aborted baby parts. Disgusting. There was even talk of Lamborghinis. And I mean, this is big money, folks. Okay. And it's not that they're helping a woman make the right choice, it's that they see a woman as dollar signs and they want to convince a woman to give up her pregnancy because that's a lot of money for them. That's a lot of money for them. And he exposed that. So what did Kamala Harris do? Kamala Harris went after David Delayden with a SWAT team, with FBI, with took all of his hard drives and his computers and raided his home, guns exposed. And did she do anything against the people that actually were committing crimes at Planned Parenthood because you're not allowed to, sell baby parts? No, she did not. Okay. That is Kamala Harris. She is the worst of the worst. So not only being a part of this present, resident administration, but also her past with California and also how she got there with, Willie Brown was married and she was having an affair with him and she rose up through San Francisco politics. And then, and also, how about, is she black? Is she Jamaican? Is she Indian? Make up your mind. This is like what do you call it? What's her name? Pocahontas, Fakeahontas, Elizabeth Warren 2.0, right? What are you? Okay. But also the fact that because of her past, because her father was, I get them mixed up. Father was Jamaican, mother was Indian. They were not U.S. citizens when they had her. She is ineligible to be the president. So, Hawk called me this morning. I've been predicting that they're going to take Joe out and that she's not going to be eligible, and then Mike Johnson is going to take over. And Hawk called me this morning. He had a dream where he saw Mike Johnson in the chair of the White House, meaning as the president. And this is a perfect time to go after the deep state and do the arrests and all the things that Q talks about, while Trump is, far away, not associated with it. Because remember, folks, if Trump comes in and starts making arrests, the left is just going to say, "Oh, he's just getting back at his political rivals. He's just, trying to, take out the people that tried to take him out. He's just vengeful." So Q has told us POTUS must be separate from all that. So what if that were to occur, and then Mike Johnson comes in and he cleans things up, and then also as part of that, they need to, not have an election. You don't have an election following an election that was stolen. I'm sorry. That's like building a house on wet sand. Okay. That's just not going to hold. You need to take care of the illegality that occurred in the first election so that you can easily just sweep away everything that Joe Biden did. He will go down as the worst president in the history of the United States, and Kamala, by the way, the worst vice president in the history of the United States. So how do you run her? That's why they're not going to. That's why they're going to. I believe that if that whole thing is run from this mechanism of the deep state, like the Obamas, and remember, Obama's still a puppet. He's just doing what he's told. But it's coming from that apparatus. That if this is all coming from that apparatus, then they don't want Kamala because she's damaged goods right along with Joe. I was watching where Joe supposedly called in to her campaign office and offered his support and saying, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be working hard. I'm going to be working hard." You know, of course, I don't know the 4 hours of day that he is awake. I can't see him working hard. I see him eating, pooping, and going back to bed. That's pretty much what we're getting from Joe Biden these days. Um, and so I saw him saying, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to help. I'm going to be there." And you could feel in the room, no, we're good, Joe. Thank you. We're good. We're good. We're good. Thank you. And so they don't want that. Oh yeah, her father was one of the biggest. Her father's parents, I believe, were one of the biggest slaveholders in Jamaica. Dusker Hugh, good to see you, my friend. It's been a minute. And good to see you, Angel. Thanks for joining us. Future proves past. So, yeah. So, yes, Dave, I heard if you get the True Social tea and turn it 90 degrees, it looks like a faucet with a slow drip. That's absolutely true. We covered that when well, let me pull this up. This is the Truth Social app right there, right there in the middle, right? And if you turn it sideways, see, it looks like a faucet with a drip, right? Yeah, we covered that when Truth Social first came out. You remember that? Um, and so we were talking drip, 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 right? Let's see. How can they just choose the nominee without election? Well, they're not supposed to, but that's exactly what they did with Hillary. They stole it from Bernie. That's exactly what they did with Joe in 2019. He wasn't polling big. Nobody wanted Joe Biden. His career was over. And yet they pushed him forward and they pushed him into the DNC. The DNC is very, very corrupt, right? So I have a feeling Netanyahu's relieved he doesn't have to meet Potato. Kim, he's not even meeting with Kamala. Like, think about the significance of that, okay? Where the two supposed top leaders of our country are not even meeting with the president of Israel. Meanwhile, or prime minister. Meanwhile, yeah, they've got the DNC coming up. Yeah, that's why they got to make a choice before or during, but it's not going to be Kamala. And yeah, she might. I think they might. She's the only one that can get Joe's donation, Spollinger. Yes, and I wonder if they might bring her in as a VP. And if you look at, I think they're bringing Hillary back in. If it's the White Hats, this is what I've said. If it's the White Hats, they're bringing Hillary back in, and they're going to bring Big Mike as VP because they're going to come at Trump with the Clinton Obama machine. And that's if it's the White Hats making that decision, because the White Hats want them exposed. And think about how much we're going to expose Bill, Hillary with Epstein's client list and all that. Barack, Barry, Big Mike, Chicago, all of his. What did he say? He said he had no no scandals when he was president. All those scandals are going to come up, folks. X is like nonstop. It's just all this stuff is going to come up, going to come up, going to come up. Let me recommend that you get an X account, folks, please. We must support the people that are allowing free speech. And right now, nobody is allowing more free speech outside of maybe Telegram, which to me can be a shit show because you never know who you're talking to. You never know who you got. You got a lot of fake people up there. You got a lot of scammers, spammers, and so forth. But X, nobody is allowing more free speech than X and Elon Musk right now. And I've been saying that Elon Musk was brought in by the white hats even before. I was saying X was controlled by the white hats even before they brought in Musk. So get on, do yourself a favor, get on X. We're at 2029 on cross platforms, and on Rumble we're at about 453. Welcome one and all. I'm DavidSnedeker. This is Monday night. Just so you know, we are live on this Monday, July 22nd. Where is Joe? So let me take you, I want to take you to the Q drops of July 22nd. And quite honestly, I've just skimmed them. Of course, you know, I used to do Q drops quite a bit back in the day. And what's funny is that I would do deltas quite a bit. And so I've done these deltas since, 2019, 2020. And so I've already been down this road before with you, but I want to take you to a few of these because I think they're very significant. Okay. So first of all, let's think about first of all, let's check our codes, folks. If you're new here, I do a process called checking our code. And that is basically, where imagine you're coming into the Sned shed here, and this is nice and warm. I got my, short sleeves on, nice and cozy. But you're coming in out of the cold, and anybody that grew up in a northern environment knows that when you go to a club, when you go to a restaurant, when you go to a bar, you want to be warm, especially if you got to park or walk. You want to be warm, so you got your big heavy winter coat on. And when you come in, you don't want to lug it around all night, so they have a coat check. So imagine you're wearing this big heavy coat, you're coming in out of the cold, but this coat has all of your preconceived notions, your unconscious bias, and your ego, and your indoctrination, and everything that's been dumped up on top of you. And all I'm going to ask you to do is just take off that coat and check it at the coat check, grab a claim ticket. It's safe there. You trust the people. They know you. Even if you lost your claim ticket, you could grab it. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab your favorite person, your favorite your favorite pet. I've got one of mine down here right at my feet. And come on in, let's download some information. What that does is it just wipes away some of the things that block us from taking in fresh information. And so you don't need to put your dukes up. You're safe here. Cheers, everyone. Let's download some info. So, okay. On the boards. And again, if you're not a Q person, I welcome you to just enjoy some of this. Know that we're not going to be here all night with this, but I wanted to show some of the deltas because I think they're very important. Okay. In reality, and this is 2020. In reality, they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in the way. People, an informed, free-thinking public, in kill brackets, awake, is their greatest fear. United we stand. Q. How many times have we heard Trump say that? Okay. Very poignant, right? And also, let me get that banner. Let me get rid of Napoleon back there, and just go with let me just go with a blue background. There we go. Cleaner. Yeah, cleaner, right? Less noisy. I like that. So, and then Q says many thousands of MSDNC Think about that, right? MSDNC, which is mainstream DNC because they all support the DNC. And it's also Microsoft DNC, as in Microsoft NBC, right? Direct attacks have failed to control the reach, sway opinion, and prevent growth. Free thought. Um, by the way, that reminds me of a post that I did that I want to bring up here in a minute. Um, and if you all saw my post, well, I'll just find it. Let me see. I'm going down through my my queue posts at DaveSnedeker, and I recommend that. I follow some really really great people, and I do a lot of reposting of their work because they do some really great work. And okay, and so this is what I wanted to show you. The other day, I posted, "I'm marked safe today from Gates Planned Parenthood," because his father uh, funded and created Planned Parenthood with Margaret Sanger, and their goal was to kill black babies, kill Negro babies was her exact quote. That was their intention. Okay, she was a racist, okay, and a eugenicist, and so was Bill Gates' father, and so is Bill Gates. Look what he's done in Africa. Look what he's done in India. Look up his jabs in those places. And by the way, Planned Parenthood. Also think about 1984 and the newspeak or doublespeak, in which they use words that sound good for very nefarious activities. um, Planned Parenthood. The only thing that Planned Parenthood has to do with parenthood is keeping people from it and keeping those that are aborted from ever growing up and being a parent themselves. This is a eugenics plan, my friends. There's no question about it. Gates stolen software. Gates, which by the way was partly responsible for the CrowdStrike problem, the blue screens all last week. Mark safe from Gates Impossible Burger, crappy food, GMO food. Gates mosquitoes, Gates pandemic, Gates jabs, Gates trips to Epstein Island, Gates engineer with child porn. One of his top engineers was found on his property with 6,000 images of disgusting rape and torture of even babies. Gates appeal fruit bastardization, Gates Monsanto glyphosate poison, Gates Monsanto genetically modified organisms, and thus pray and live so as to avoid, for me, I pray and live so as to avoid the gates of hell. Am I forgetting anything? Well, guess what? I forgot Microsoft NBC. He created a network with NBC. And look at, they're one of the worst besides CNN at propaganda and mainstream media, absolute propaganda. He's no longer doing that. I think that's all shifted hands, but that's where it came from. Failed to control the reach, sway opinion, and prevent growth, free thought. When direct attacks, use of inserts, cutouts fail, censorship ban deployed as aggressive method to slow limit growth. Next, more active violence frame-ups. Controlled information dissemination system designed to control you is threatened. So more active violence frame-ups, okay? If you pose no threat, reach, and topics to their control, information dominance, they would not continue to expend ammunition. You with me? If we pose no threat, they wouldn't cancel us, terminate us. I've been demonetized off all the major platforms. I've been deplatformed off all the major platforms multiple times over 5.5 years. they would not continue to expend this ammunition that they are to try to brainwash us and get rid of voices like my own. They would not care. Number two, attack topic. Number one, POTUS. All for conspiracy, information warfare, infiltration, not invasion. Folks, long ago, they figured out that they weren't going to be able to invade the United States of America. Why? Because gun owners like you and I would be behind every blade of grass, as the Emperor of Japan said, why he didn't continue beyond Pearl Harbor. And it's gotten even worse since then. There is no way any standing army would successfully, boots on the ground, successfully defeat the United States of America unless it's in infiltration. And that's what we've seen with the government, with many, many players in the government. Julian Assange said 99%. Okay, 99%. And of that 99%, they also were going after the border, using that 99% to bring people across the border that could fight us as well. Okay. Friends, July 22nd, 2020. Welcome to the digital battlefield. This is a repost from a June 24th, 2020 post. You have been selected to help serve your country. Never retreat from the battlefield. What did I say earlier? Right? Twitter, Facebook, etc. Now, I was saying get over to Twitter, but don't leave the digital battlefield of Facebook, but also don't bust my balls because I'm not there, because literally they won't let me in with any name. Okay. They know my voice. They know my face. I went in as Paul Michaels, folks. They'd knocked me out of that, even though that account still exists over there. Use other platforms as a form of centralized command and control. That's what I'm doing on Rumble, and that's what I'm doing on X. Organize and connect, bridge through linking. Okay. So I posted on Telegram and I linked the Rumble. I posted on Truth Social and I left the Rumble link. Okay. Which is what you can do as well. You can just go up and copy and paste the Rumble link, and you could put it anywhere, or the X link. Source memes material from Battlefield and or Garage, highlight and share, take and drop. Look at what the memes have done for awakening humanity. Dispute, mission one, dispute, reject, propaganda, push through posting of research and facts. Okay. The other great thing about X, folks, is the community that is policing some of the content is people like me. Like I'm shutting down some of the comments by going in and saying, this is inaccurate. This is why. And I'm able to do that. And if enough of me do that, then there's a post that comes up and says, this is inaccurate. Do you find this helpful? So that's what's great about X as well. Support role of other digital soldiers. One falls, another stands, rises, as you know. I've been very supportive of people like Hawk and Slow Country and Ronnie and others that have Angel and have started some channels and trying to do some good work, and so that's I'm forgetting my buddy who went live a while back. So I've been supportive of others, and also shared a lot of content from other people. So that's what we need to do. Mission 3, guide, awaken others through use of facts, declass 1 to 99 material and other relevant facts, and memes, decouple MSDNC control of the info stream. Ask counter questions to initiate thought versus repeat echo of MSDNC propaganda. This is where the Socratic method of Q has come in so effectively handy for nons like myself, and also for patriots out there that understand the value of the Socratic method in initiating thought. Okay, initiating thought. I've told you I dropped one of my things last night. It was this. Shattering the Indoctrination, you can find on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And it's just me talking. You can take me on a walk with you. Last night, I did part 2 of the one I dropped last night, and I need to drop that again. But I just went on a walk. You were on a walk with me and my dog, and I was talking about the things that we're facing, all the things that are happening. But it's an opportunity for you to kind of tap into just a personal, almost like a personal conversation with me, because I leave plenty of time for you to think and for you to ruminate what I'm saying and think your own thoughts, and even maybe have a dialogue with me in your own mind. But you're not alone. We're doing it together. And so this is initiating thought, right? Mission 4, learn use of camouflage digitally. Primary account suspended, terminated use of a secondary. This is what I've done, folks, but I went through 5 channels on Facebook. I think I'm up to maybe 20 on YouTube. Some of those are Hawks. He's up to 25. Hawks Mustard Seeds 25, all one word, if you want to give him some love. And so I've used many accounts, and even Twitter. I lost one account. So they knew this was coming, right? Mission 5, identify strengths, weaknesses, personal and designated targets regarding Twitter and Facebook. Another example regarding memes, failure to read through use of algo. Thinktron, MCP, Master Control Program, dependence on person-to-person capture, slow response time, unidentified users. This is what Q's saying here is, if you use memes in a certain way, the algorithms can't catch them and ban them. Okay. Game theory, information warfare. Welcome to the digital battlefield. Together we win. So that was this amazing post, right? Right here. Welcome to the digital battlefield. Okay. And then Q says information warfare. Q. Okay. Now, this is where, let me see here. This is where, excuse me. Beautiful 2472 across multiple platforms. I'm really stoked, my friends, about 2200 on X right now. 2200 on X. So welcome X, and also actually another 100 at Hawks Mustard 1 on X. Folks, please give Hawks some love over on Hawks Mustard 1. And another 534 over on Rumble. So welcome everybody. I'm so glad you're here. This is wonderful time to be alive, and I'm glad to be sharing these moments with you, because this is truly a special place and time in human history. Now, excuse me, we got some storms in here. Let's see. Okay. So 3467 was July 22nd, folks. So again, these are all the deltas I'm giving you, right? The July 22nd. And many deltas are very, very significant. Okay. So Q puts up a quote by Napoleon Bonaparte: never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying himself. Okay. Now, I want to also say that this is, let me take you here. This has also been attributed to Sun Tzu: never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying himself. I'm sorry. That's Napoleon. Here's Sun Tzu: never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. That's the difference between them, right? But they're both significant. But the foundation of this quote is from Sun Tzu: never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Napoleon took it to this part, which is close that. never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying himself. And let me take you there. Okay. So this is what we are seeing. And I believe the significance, the absolute significance of this Q drop, okay, in this moment in time is what's happening to the Democrats, the liberals that have been pro Biden, pro Kamala, the never Trumpers. What they're seeing is that these people have attempted to take out this sitting this President Trump. Jasper, stop. It's raining outside, buddy. Okay. These people are stupid. Enjoy the show. Q is telling us these people are stupid. Okay. Also, the flags. This is, what America used to look like, and it's almost indistinguishable now, right? Because 1 out of 3 of those might be a gay pride flag, or it might be a rainbow flag, or it might be a an Israeli flag or a Palestinian flag, and it's really the whole thing that Trump is all about is America first, right? So these people are stupid. Enjoy the show. This takes us back to Napoleon. I'm sorry, were you with me on that? Something happened to my screen share. Let me take you back to this. This is the one I was showing you, and I hope you saw that. And that's the one I was talking about. And then back to the drops. This is the original post. These people are stupid. Enjoy the show. Where we go one, we go all. We the people goes to a tweet that is now been taken down. Like most Twitter links from the Q drops, most of those Twitter accounts have been taken down. Dark to light, hunters become the hunted. This is not another 4-year election. Pedophilia, child trafficking, Satan worship, bloodletting of children in plain view. But I say to you, the rest who are in Thyatira, who do not hold this teaching, who have not known the deep things of Satan, as they call them, I place no other burden on you. Revelation 2:4. Look at all this. Look at all this nastiness. Okay. Now, this again was a retweet from a post that was taken out, was taken down. So, and then we go to Ezra Cohen Watnick, Q. Q just led us in that direction. Now, Ezra Cohen Watnick is somebody that I believe is a part of Q, and I, probably we were one of the first ones to ever say that, Todd and myself, because what we were finding, we were following the Friendly on Twitter, and we later found that to be Ezra Cohen Watnick. And there are many comms, almost like very Q-like, okay, and so that was very significant. We found that to be very significant. That Q mentions Ezra Cohen Watnick, and this is back to 2019, by the way, July 22nd. Another Delta, 2019. Excuse me. The U.S. Army is engaged in a mysterious operation around Washington, D.C. Very interesting, very timely Delta for today. And I'll tell you why, because one in the actual title of tonight's show, let me see, I thought I retweeted that. But there's supposedly a fence that has gone up around the Capitol again, and the U.S. flag is at half mast. Okay. Army lets slip that it's conducting secret operations around D.C. As always, multiple meanings, often double meanings, and so many of the things that Q posts. What is this? And it takes us to a Twitter account that's probably No, this one's still up. U.S. Army is engaged in a mysterious operation around Washington, D.C. Again, folks, this was back in July 22nd, 2019. So we do believe that certain things have taken place, and certain people have been taken out because of what we're seeing. This was also around the same time as a stealth bomber from Whiteman Air Force Base flew over the National Mall. For some reason, this video can't be played. I don't know what's going on with my system right now, but I played it earlier when I was perusing these drops. And so, and then the last Delta is from Fox News. Trump says Mueller shouldn't testify, warns hearing will backfire. And this was regarding the Russia collusion. And this was also the meeting with Mueller wasn't about him being FBI director because he had already been FBI director. This was about my screen keeps jumping off. So my apologies if you're looking at me and I'm talking about something else that I expect you to be seeing. Excuse me. Highly conflicted, Robert Mueller should not be given another bite at the apple. In the end, it will be bad for him and the phony Democrats in Congress who have done nothing but waste time on this ridiculous witch hunt. Result of the Mueller report, no collusion, no obstruction. That's what the Mueller report came up with. And that is why Sessions recused himself. Okay. When Sessions recused himself, the Dems thought, oh, we got him now because we're going to put in Rod Rosenstein, and Rod Rosenstein is going to skewer Donald Trump. Didn't happen because Rod Rosenstein put in Mueller, thinking that Mueller was going to take down Trump because Mueller was a deep state agent. Mueller was the FBI director during 9/11. Mueller was the person who delivered uranium to Moscow for the Uranium One deal. Mueller was the one that provided the computers for Barack Obama and the Hammer program in Port Washington, Maryland, to spy on American citizens. So, Mueller was very much involved, with some deep state action, folks. Special thanks to patrons from last night's or 2 nights ago show, Saturday night show. Thank you all who donated and are supporting my work here. All of my shows have been free for 5.5 years. Every single one is absolutely free. I've never had a paywall, and it's you folks have allowed me to do that because of your support of me. And so if you would like to support me, you may do so here at the bottom. If you are one of these people that thinks that anybody that accepts donations is a shill, you got to challenge that, because folks, if you're getting great value from your waiter, you tip your waiter. If you're getting great value from the guy who's grabbing all your bags and taking them up to your room, you tip that guy. If you're getting value from somebody that's that gives you a ride on Uber or Lyft, you tip that person. This is the way the world works. When you receive value, you exchange that energy. And that is what creates an amazing flow of energy between people. We're not stepping back into communism, folks. This is not about, stepping into communism and expecting something for nothing. This is not the way it works. But at the same time, the reason why I give this away is because for those who are in tough, dire times financially, I don't want your investment. I don't want your support. Somebody else will support and help you out. And when you get an extra $5, drop it. When you get an extra $3, drop it my way. I appreciate that. But don't feel like you have to, and don't feel guilty for being here if you're in a position where you cannot support somebody like myself. Okay. And all right. So, my friends, let me stop that. Okay. So we are going back into, just to understand that those were the deltas of the drops, and very, very significant as well. Now, I want to see if my friend is up and running over there on X. If he's started his show, and yes, let me see. Let's let him get going here a little bit, and then we'll go on over and join him, and let him get kicked into space. There's about 24 over in that space, but I do want to just step in for a short while, and I want to introduce you to him because Oliver is doing some really great work with his decodes and so forth. Folks, any thoughts? Let's see. Let's see. General Kelly wanted Ezra out, Mr. 11. Yes, and Ezra was also in with Christopher Miller in Space Force. They're the ones that started Space Force, and they're still, I believe, very much involved. Let's see. Let me bring. You're a service to humanity. We thank you, Raven's Wings. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, you have to be a natural born citizen to be president. Let's see. Lassie, do not get notifications. Lassie, is that Rumble or X? Folks, please maybe go to your X and go to your Rumble and go and click the bell off and maybe back on, and maybe that'll make a difference, please. Yeah, no tax on tips too, by the way. That's what President Trump is trying to push forward. That's what his plan is, and that's the way it should be. As a matter of fact, we shouldn't be taxed on any of our income. We should have no income tax, period. Let's see. Okay. So let's go over to I've got to bring it up on this. And let's just listen for a little bit. I want to glean some I want to glean from some of the stuff that that's going on over there, and let me let's bring it.
On or not. And she did mention in 2022 that she was going to make a run for it. But if this is a white hat operation and they're in control, then we will see her. You understand? I think right now the DNC is pissed because they didn't see this coming. They supported him all along up until the debate. I'm talking about Joe Biden now. Once that debacle happened, they immediately turned on him. That same night, they turned on him. And after that, I believe they were looking for someone else to replace him. Gavin Newsom came into the picture real quick. I don't think they're going to use him. If they do it, that would be a sign that the deep state is kind of still, in control of their destiny. But I really think it's going to be Hillary and Michelle. And another thing, and you guys know, what's up, Dave? If you want a mic, let me know. If you guys know, according to the Constitution, you have to be a natural born citizen to, United States citizen parents. Your parents had to have been here a certain amount of time, I believe it's 5 years, in order for you to be considered a natural born citizen. People from other countries, primarily our enemies, to come here and be able to become presidents, so easily. Number one, they wanted to make sure you and your family were loyal to the Constitution, the American people. The other thing was you had to be 35 years old. And I believe you have to have been here for a certain amount of time, 14 years, I think it is. And people argue that natural born is just being born here, right? The Constitution does not state exactly what a natural born citizen is, but they did say they use Great Britain and anchor babies, as exceptions, I guess. Um, but the fact that the person had to be born here, naturally born here, that was at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. That wasn't moving forward. That was just for that period of time. I don't believe it's ever happened, and there's no precedent set for it. But I believe, um, that they go by. Um, if you read that article, that clause thoroughly, read it in its entirety. They don't say it exactly because it's never happened before. So they don't say word for word what the qualifications are. Um, but it is known that you have to be not just born here, your parents have to be here for 5 years. If anyone else wants to add to that, Susan, I see you have your hand up, or you want to talk about anything else, that's fine.
Yeah, that is so confusing, isn't it? Um, her parents in 1964 were not citizens of this country. With that being said, that means she's an anchor baby, right? Which means that the 30 million anchor babies that are in this country could become the president of the United States. I'm pretty sure that that's not what we want. So they passed an act. I'm not too sure what it was. Panama and Guam. If you were born there, you're an American citizen. And that was probably because of there was a guy ran for president many years ago, and John McCain was born in Guam. So I'm not sure where we stand right now, but when you think about it, all these anchor babies, I mean, these people that are coming over from Europe pregnant and having their babies here, and so they can have an American citizen and stay here, that is just, there's got to be something done with that. And I personally don't think anchor baby should be able to be president of the United States. And Kamala is an anchor baby. Neither one of her parents, they were Indian national and Jamaican national. They were not citizens of the United States, and they were not here for 14 years.
Right, but I believe anchor baby refers to being born out of the states to United States citizens. Um, I think that's what it is. No offense, I'm not sure about that. But if you read the clause, actually, I'm going to read it right now. This is Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. It starts by saying, no person except a natural born citizen, and it doesn't define what a natural born citizen is, or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of president. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States. The qualifications set forth in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 requires the president to be a natural born citizen, at least 35 years of age, and a resident of the United States for at least 14 years. Like the age requirements for membership to the House of Representatives and the Senate, the age requirement for the presidency set forth Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 ensures that persons holding the office of president will have the necessary maturity for the position as well as a sufficient time in a public role for the electorate to be able to assess the merits of a presidential candidate. In his commentaries on the Constitution of the United States, Justice Joseph Story stated, considering the nature of the duties, the extent of the information, and the solid wisdom and experience required in the executive department, no one can reasonably doubt the propriety of some qualification of age. The framers appear to have adopted the requirement that citizens be natural-born citizens to ensure that the president's loyalties would lie strictly within the United States. By barring natural citizens from the presidency, the requirement of being a natural-born citizen, as Justice Story explained, protects the United States from ambitious foreigners who might otherwise be intriguing for the office, and interposes a barrier against those corrupt interferences of foreign. Let me put my glasses on. Excuse me.
The reason I wanted to stop in is to introduce you all to
all
Oliver, but also to hear about how Kamala is
most
in
serious
college.
evils upon the elected monarchies of Europe. Article 2, however, provided an exception for foreign-born persons who had immigrated to the colonies prior to the adoption of the Constitution. Justice Story explained that this was done out of respect to those distinguished revolutionary patriots who were born in a foreign land and yet had entitled themselves to high honors in their adopted country. While the Constitution does not define natural-born citizen, commentators have opined that the framers would have understood the term to mean someone who was a U.S. citizen at birth with no need to go through a naturalization proceeding at some later time. And what does that mean? In order for you to be a U.S. citizen at birth, you have to have been born to parents who are U.S. citizens. British statutes from 1709 and 1731 expressly, and mind you, at the time we had to go by British statutes because that's all we had, right? Expressly described children of British subjects who were born outside of Great Britain as natural-born citizens and provided that they enjoyed the same rights to inheritance as children born in Great Britain, but they were born to British, parents. And that's the key here.
This is so important
In addition, in the Naturalization Act of
that we have
1790,
real Americans holding
the first
public
Congress
office.
provided that children of
They
citizens of the
can't hear
United
me
States
as an open up
that
my
may be
mic.
born beyond the sea shall be considered as natural-born. There's your anchor babies, natural-born citizens. Consequently, under the principle that British common law and enactments of the first Congress are two particularly useful sources in understanding constitutional terms, it would appear likely that the framers would have understood natural-born citizen to encompass the children of the United States citizens born overseas. So there it is. The key word is United States citizens, being born to United States citizens. So I'm going to finish reading, then I'm going to give you what I feel we should do collectively. And I have two ideas. What's up? One man stand. Love, Alvin, golfing. Thanks for joining me. Such an interpretation is further supported by the presidential candidacies of Senator John McCain of Arizona, who was born in the Panama Canal Zone, and Susie, you mentioned this earlier, Governor George Romney of Michigan, who was born in Mexico, and Senator Barry Goldwater of Arizona, who was born in Arizona before it became a state. The framers appear to have adopted the 14-year residency requirement to ensure that the people may have full opportunity to know the candidate's character and merits, and that he may have mingled in the duties and felt the interests and understood the principles and nourished the attachments belonging to every citizen in a Republican government. Republican government. Justice Story further explained that the 14-year residence requirement is not an absolute inhabitancy within the United States during the whole period, but such an inhabitancy as includes a permanent domicile in the United States. So again, this was at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. And what they keep stating here is that the child has to be born to United States citizens, and same applies to Great Britain, right? So technically, Kamala cannot perform the duties of president. She was selected by Joe Biden to be vice president, but no one elected her to be president, and even if they did,
That's absolutely
she's
true.
not eligible. So, two things: if the White Hats are truly in control of the situation, then we do nothing. We just sit back and enjoy the show, as we've been told many times. I think 74, 75 times we were told that. Or we can reach out
100
to
times.
Congress, right? Our senators. We can even reach out to the DNC and let them know exactly how we feel, but support our notions with this document and put the burden of truth on them. You understand? Now they have to prove that she's eligible, and they really can't. You know what will happen in such a short span of time? I don't know, but we can start making calls and sending emails tomorrow, so that everything's documented. And if we do that for a week, collectively, I think we can do some damage. Where they would have to put someone else in the seat, and I think that's going to happen anyway. To be honest, what's up, Dave? What do you think?
Hey, Oliver. Hey, thanks for bringing me up, brother. I brought 3,700.
Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're muted. You got to unmute.
There we go. Hey, brother. I
What's
I
up?
unmuted my StreamYard, but not here. I brought 3,700 friends with me. Um, we're all listening to you, and I wanted to bring them over because I think this is such a great point that you're making on this Spaces. I don't think Kamala is going to last a week. Because for many reasons, her past, her present, and her no future. And I was talking to my audience about that here just briefly as we're doing one of my indoctrination broadcasts. And it's just that she has a history that is not kind to. I lived in California when she was Attorney General. I saw how many black men she put away and women for drug use and kept them behind bars for profiteering of manufacturing. I saw what she did to David Delayden, who exposed the Planned Parenthood people.
Right.
And she,
That video. You have that video, Dave?
you know what? I could probably find it.
I have it.
Do you?
If you can't find it, I'll send it to you. I have that.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. And where, he was basically, he got these Planned Parenthood executives talking about selling baby parts, which was illegal to
Right.
do. And yet she sent SWAT and FBI to David Delayden to take all his hard drives and so forth and guns out. And she never arrested any of the Planned Parenthood people who were actually committing the crimes. She's a deep state player. It's very, very obvious. And if they want her money, I could see maybe them bringing her in as VP with Gavin. If the black hats are pulling the trigger, and if the white hats are pulling the trigger, and you and I talked about this Saturday night on the show, if it's the black hats, I believe, or if it's the white hats, I believe they're going to bring the Clintons and the Obamas up against the MAGA machine, and we're going to see. I think what we're going to see is the absolute exposure of all four of them in ways that humanity is ready for and maybe hasn't been ready for in the past.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. See, I'm leaning more towards that picture, only because we would have come full circle. When you go back to '99, when she ran against John, the senator of New York, knowing he was going to run. So that's why I
Yep.
say against John. For me, it has to come back to that.
Yeah.
That has to come up. You're going to have Watergate. In fact, Watergate did come up just the other day. I think it was Jersey that sent me. Is she here? Jersey sent me a DM, and all I could do is just.
This is going to be a very interesting week because.
Here, 1 second, Dave.
Yeah.
Police have set up riot fencing around the Watergate Hotel in preparation for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Washington. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Okay?
Meanwhile, neither Biden nor Harris are going to meet with him. What's that say? He's like kryptonite right now
Right.
to anybody that wants power.
And the letter that he put out, you know, you knew right away. There's no letterhead.
No
There's
letterhead.
seal.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't addressing us formally. It was such an informal letter. It makes you believe he didn't write it.
It's like an internal memo.
Yeah. And he keeps saying, I'm going to be around. I'm going to stick around, this, that, and the other. What are you going to do? Talk to us on the phone from here on out? I mean, you kidding me? We're on the verge of World War III.
Yeah.
You went from being in the basement to being on the phone. You know, it just worse.
Did you see his call in to Kamala's campaign headquarters?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So did you feel the energy of when he said, "Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be around. I'm going to be working for the campaign." Did you feel the like, no, Joe, we got this. Did you?
Yeah.
Right? Like we don't want you, dude. You're like kryptonite. We don't want you involved.
But and the other thing, I think it was Fletch that pointed it out. I don't remember, but Kamala almost said recorded line, as if he like as, as if it was a record of Joe. Did you catch that? That she almost said that.
Did she almost said what?
That she almost said recording instead of. Hold on, let me go to it and bring it up.
Okay.
So I'm not speaking. But she was when she was on the phone with him. Why don't I have? Okay, here we go.
And the comment you just made on X, oh my gosh, we got to. I mean, what a fiasco that was with the with Cheatle today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
You mentioned there's a difference between the presidency and continuity of government. Those words actually came out of her mouth.
It absolutely came out of her mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? You know, I mean, have our theory of what's going on? You know, could it be right? Could we have been right all along? All those years ago, we would be called what we were called, you know, crazy and Q-tards, and you know, how people distance themselves from us. You know, it got to a point where no one wanted to have a conversation with you because you know that's all you wanted to talk about, and it's because what was really happening. You want to talk about vibes, like you mentioned, getting a feel of the room when that happened. You know, the vibes that I was getting back then, when I felt things were really happening, you know, to me it was undeniable. You know, and every now and then you were given, you know, certain clues to confirm what you were thinking. And when you go onto government websites like, you know, the Office of Foreign Sanctions, you know, you go to even the CIA website, you know, it's all there. You know, the executive orders. You know, I told you the other day that as of March, 13818 is actionable. It makes sense if you're seeing what's going on. You know, that blackout Friday, where all the banks went down, I don't think that was an accident. And then of all companies, it's CrowdStrike that's behind it all. You know,
Which
it had.
which Q exposed back during the DNC you know, hack that they
Right.
needed. You know, we were saying the other night, I was saying that basically CrowdStrike was the Harvey Keitel character in Pulp Fiction. CrowdStrike was the cleaner, you know, had to come in and take care of the crime scene and then turn around and tell the FBI that, yeah, no, it's all good over here.
Right.
And the FBI never inspected the crime scene. Never went into the DNC servers. Never saw them. Never had access to them.
They never planned on looking at them.
Yeah.
But hats up to Coin Q. He mentioned the other day that the shooting at the rally was a clue of what was coming. Right? Crowd strike.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, nice play on words right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do that all the time.
All the time.
They tell us in plain sight. They hide it in plain sight.
That's right.
Yeah.
The other thing, and
Cheatle. Are you kidding me? Cheating. I mean, like you can't make this stuff up. If I was writing a script and I was pitching you a project and the name of my the person responsible for the assassination attempt was Cheatle, you'd be like, hey, maybe that's a little too on the nose, right? Maybe we had to call her something else, you know?
Yeah. Oh, we got to look at her. We got to take a deep look at her.
I've got a video I'm going to show my audience tonight, actually, that Matt Wallace put together. Have you seen that yet?
No, not yet. I haven't really watched anything today. Not too much.
Okay.
Little bits here and there.
I'm dropping it in the comments of my my show. I'm at DaveSnedeker, and I've been dropping your post as well. For people to come on over there and check you out. Give at Sir Censorlot a follow on X, folks. At Sir Censorlot. It's at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, so so I'm gonna show that in a minute, but it's basically Kim Cheatle goes back to she was with what's his name, VP Cheney in the bunker on 9/11, and supposedly they had a sexual relationship.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either, and then she goes back with the Cheneys, the Bushes. She's been around a long time, and when you're around that long, you're playing ball. You're playing ball without question. Yeah, I think Kamala is going to be dispensed with very quickly. I had a good conversation with Hawk this morning because I've been saying that Joe, they got to take Joe out, like for good, 187. I think that's happening as we speak, if it hasn't already happened, because we haven't seen him. Anybody seen Joe?
And according to 2 states, I was going to add that to the title, by the way. According to, and I forget which states they are, you can't just drop out of the race. It's either through the 25th Amendment or by dying.
Yes.
So at this point, I don't think they have the time to put the 25th. So they got the 86's ass.
From what I understand, he loses 150 electorate votes if he doesn't die. The DNC Democrats do. I can't confirm that, but I've seen that, and if it's not that, it's something similar, and it's not possible for them to make this move to the next level without making him go bye-bye. The other thing is, I think they want to use that. I think they want to use him as a martyr to try to gain get back the office and push forward a younger generation or a different group. And so I think they're going to take him out. I think then everyone's going to be screaming about Kamala that she cannot serve. She's not legally liable to serve, able to serve, and then she's going to have to step aside, and then Mike Johnson steps in,
right, for a period of time,
and then they take care of business separate from Trump, because Trump can't be involved. And Hawk and I were talking about this morning. He had a dream that Johnson was in the president's seat. And
Uh-huh.
Hawk's dreams are pretty like if Hawk dreams it, you pay attention. And so, and then they can take care of the deep state without Trump being involved, because otherwise, Q has told us that Trump has to be, uh, insulated and isolated from that, because otherwise it'll be seen as vengeance, right?
Right. And they can't, regardless, it doesn't matter how many, you know, electorates they or whatever, they lose. It doesn't matter because they're gonna lose anyway. I think the best chance, and I mentioned this before, is to have an all-woman ticket with Hillary and Michelle, right?
Mhm.
So they can't afford to lose the electorals from Biden unless, uh, I mean, the only way they don't lose it is if he dies, right? Because at this point,
Yeah.
they don't have time for the 25th Amendment, and what more perfect time than right now while he has COVID.
Yeah. Somebody,
Now,
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the perfect out, right?
perfect
And
out,
it justifies all the CV stuff too, right?
and I can't confirm this, but I believe they keep the money.
If he dies, the DNC keeps it, or Kamala. Somebody said that Kamala is the only one that can receive it.
I don't know about that because they get to choose. Um, Remember the drop, and I think Fletch brought it up recently. Uh, it wasn't a drop; it was a post by McAfee, where he stated that the DNC gets to choose who represents them if you know something like this were to occur. So
Mhm.
I don't think they want Kamala on the ticket. Obama didn't endorse her.
No,
Yeah. So
no.
if Obama didn't endorse her, that means the rest of the squad is not going to endorse her.
Hasn't the squad been quiet?
Very quiet.
Right. So why would you be quiet? Where exactly is the excitement surrounding you know Kamala?
Yeah, their loyalty is not to Kamala.
No, no.
You
As a
know.
matter of
And
fact, she's damaged goods to them.
exactly, exactly. I found a little clip, by the way. I don't know if you can hear it.
Voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call.
Did you catch it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Did you catch that? She said, "Joe, I know you're still on the call." She almost said recording. You know, look, I don't think we're ever going to see him again.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah.
We do. It will be, CGI or, you know.
Did you hear about the fence around the Capitol and the flag at half mast? Did you see
I
that?
did. I did hear about it. I heard about it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I just heard about it. But I haven't checked like Nancy Drew or anything like that to see if somebody's actually covering that.
I think it's for Sheila Jackson Lee.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Good point.
I'm just guessing on that.
Yeah.
Now, there was a connection with her and the Secret Service. I don't remember what it was. I'm going to have to look for it later, but I do recall her having a connection with the Secret Service. And isn't it ironic that she, you know, Friday night to end the work week,
Mm,
she dies, I mean, they didn't end the week, obviously, because we got the news yesterday about Biden. Uh,
yeah.
Definitely remember the fact that I believe they took her out. I don't think she died, but even if she
Same.
did die,
Yeah.
she was in the drops.
Yeah.
Um, she wore a pedophile symbol ring, and she wore it proudly. She had connections to Hillary and Haiti, and all this is going to come out. Those drops been coming up lately as well. Um, I think we're playing right into that.
Hmm.
Uh, Whoever it is that DNC is going to choose to represent the party, um, it would have to be, in my opinion, not only someone with so much influence that just a mere mention of them being on the ticket would gain, popularity in a heartbeat, almost overnight, right? You'd have to think Michelle and Hillary, but it's also going to bring out things that nobody in this room knows. You understand? There's going to be information flowing about things that we've never known, we've never seen.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to wake up the masses, because there's a lot of people, I'd say probably half this country, that has no clue as to what went down in Haiti.
Mm.
Um, they're in denial about not just the child trafficking, the child sacrifice, the organ harvesting. They have no idea what the deep web is, and the black market. They don't know. They think it's all fake.
Yeah.
So when their heroes come back on the scene, and then information is dropped on their heroes, and the mainstream media cannot refute it. There's no way, because we're going to be all over it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's game
Well, we should.
over.
Good.
No, go ahead. But Susan, did you want to say something? I know you had your hand up.
No, I just wanted to say that it's ironic that we were just talking about her eligibility to be president. Well, technically, she wasn't eligible to be vice president because they're the same exact qualifications. And God forbid Biden dies, she's the president. So it's, Article 2, Section 1, it says, president and vice president have the same qualifications to be the president. So technically, she really actually shouldn't have been the vice president. I just thought I'd just throw that in.
No, and thank you for saying that, because we got to remind ourselves constantly, right? And Cheatle mentioned it in the hearing. Continuity of government is still in play. So technically, neither one of them were president and or vice president.
Do
This
you
was
think
Yeah.
she's part of the plan?
this was the pause. I thought about that, but what Dave mentioned a little while ago, um, led me to believe that it's possible that they already have her in custody, and the person that you're seeing is not Kamala. I remember Kamala, back in the day. Uh, she does not look like this Kamala. They look totally different. The body, the shape of the body alone,
Yeah.
but the face and the neck is a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
How about Cheatle?
Who? Who?
Cheatle, the Secret Service director.
Oh, Cheeto, that's right. Cheetos, yeah.
I don't know. I haven't looked into her at all, to be honest. At this point, I'm convinced that everything you're going to see from here on out, some way, somehow, is under the control of the White Hats. They have to allow certain things to happen a certain way, but I believe 100% that they are in control of what's going on. And I'll give you this example. Many people believed Flynn was going to be chosen for VP. I didn't. I never thought that. And I have nothing against him, but I always saw him, if he were to return to the administration, I always saw him in the intelligence department, not as vice president. And so, a lot can happen that we have no idea what direction we're going. And we're going to be surprised. We may even be shocked by what's going to pan out from here on out. But after watching, you know, CNN, which let me rephrase that, reading, because I don't watch. After reading articles by CNN, AP, you know, Inside Paper, all these Gateway Pundit, all these networks that were in the jobs, their current headlines all line up with what was in the job, along with what the Don and Scavino and Junior, and them, even Elon Musk, they're all
Mr.
giving.
Oliver,
Yeah, what's up?
real quick, I was going to mention something that's come up that if you heard today, I was in a live hearing of the Congress. I went to C-SPAN, and today the lady Cheatle mentioned Sheila Jackson Lee being the heaviest on all the oversight of the Secret Service. She literally said it today in Congress. I mean, everybody was like, what? You're blown away.
Yes.
So get this. The 17th, Joe Biden was seen for the last time. We know that 19th is a very important number, even in Q, right? Well,
Right.
guess when she died? Her family did the letter about her dying on the 19th. They got rid of the evidence, guys. I'm telling you, they're eating their own. That woman, I don't believe, just died on her own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. And I was just talking about how there was a connection with her with the Secret Service, but I couldn't remember what it was. And that's possible. That very well could be that they're killing their own, right? There's a saying, I believe it was SunTzu, never interfere with your enemy when they're in the middle of destroying themselves. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's kind of what it was.
I just showed that tonight because that's the deltas for today.
Yeah.
And Q mentions Bonaparte, but Sun Tzu said, "Never interfere with your enemy when they're making a mistake." Bonaparte said, "Never interfere with your enemy when they're destroying themselves."
And that was in the drops today.
Today,
Right.
it was deltas. Yeah, two of them. Yeah.
I saw it yesterday for today. Great point. Jeremiah, what's up? And Stan, if you want to say something, just jump right in.
Not much, brother. Sorry, I've been MIA, been dealing with some things. Bro, so what you were just talking about, DC and I were discussing last night, and he's like, holy crap, dude, that's actually Alvin was like, hey, dude, that's a drop for tomorrow. It was pretty interesting. But I also wanted to point out too, did you guys catch, I forget the gentleman's name, the representative that was questioning the director of Secret Service, but he basically was saying like, hey, would Biden have the same protection as DJT? And she clearly stated that the sitting president is different than the continuity of, and then she kind of got interrupted. She was saying that the continuity of government was where I believe she was going with that, which was quite telling.
Go ahead. Good, Jeremiah. I don't know if you wanted to say something. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good. That's pretty much what I wanted to bring up, because I thought that was pretty interesting.
If you can hear it, I'm gonna play it right now. Let me know if you guys have good sound.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president.
So your answer is he didn't.
And continuity of government and the responsibility.
So he did not. My question is.
Boom. Continuity of government right there.
Yeah, so, and if I'm wrong, this is the first time I hear of it out of anyone's mouth in the last 3.5 years. Here we are going into the end of this presidential term, whatever you want to call it, and now it's being brought up. You believe the only one who's still there from the administration is Ezra Cohen Watnick. If anyone has some information on that, please share it. But I believe Ezra Cohen Watnick is the only one left who was by executive order and presidential memorandum that he was to stay there until November of this year.
Oliver, he's in the drops today.
Wow.
3463, July 22nd, 2019. It's a repost of 9/2/18, and it just says Ezra Cohen Watnick Q. That's it. And by the way, we were following Ezra Cohn Watnick on the show as E the Friendly on Twitter, that was dropping mad comms similar to Q, and dropped the cicada images. Do you remember the cicada images?
Yes.
Right, cicada was the online puzzle that we feel helped recruit for Q, and then reemerged in images through Ezra Cohen Watnick's posts as E the Friendly, and then we found out later that it was Ezra.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And that's a great movie as well. Same, it's kind of the same concept. If you haven't seen that movie, I recommend you go watch it. Cicada. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen
Sir
that.
Oliver, I have one more thing to add for you. Remember I talked to you about Ezra Cohen Watnick and everything I have dug up on him? One of the biggest things in President Trump, before he left the stage, put him in NARA. He put the files like that can be declassified. Literally, he put this man right in the middle. Remember when Melania was the one that gave the citizenship ceremony in NARA?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he's there, you guys. He is literally where all the documents are.
Right.
And he and they started Space Force. He and what's his name? I was just telling the audience this.
Stephen Miller.
Christopher Miller.
Christopher Miller. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we are coming full circle, in my opinion.
It's amazing.
And
Well, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if you guys seen Stormy Joe's Eye of the Storm, but he was talking about how Q started at the end and worked its way back. So I think it was in December, DC and I were talking about this, and how that the deltas from the beginning start and they hit on the same days, this year. So if you look at it in that perspective and say that they, Joe's out, Hillary they install Hillary to run for presidency. Now think about what comes before November. October 28th, Hillary detained, 30th arrested, Huma, all that stuff comes back in the light. And everything so far is hitting.
Fast. Remember, and this came up today. The drop where maybe one day, but it has to be fast. Remember that? Remember that drop? What drop is that?
Say it again.
Maybe one day, but it can't go slow. It have to be fast, something like that.
Swift. Something like that. Regarding the backwards flow of the drops, I first mentioned that April 18th. I want to say either 20. I want to say 2020, and then my co-host at the time, Todd Gediminsky, and I went in deep on it over the summer and showed how we believe that when we're getting more and more drops at the beginning, that we're actually showing that we're going backwards. And we also believe that that's why Q said think mirror. I did see Stormy Joe's piece on that today, and I thought it was very dasting. And I also love the connection that he made. What was the connection he made that was also really good? I can't see who was speaking on that.
It was Jeremiah. Yeah, 100% we're going backwards. Everything's hitting, like Jeremiah said, and every day. Sometimes several times throughout the day. Last week for me, you mentioned mirrors. Last week was all about mirrors.
Yeah.
And I went into a deep dive on your show.
Mm.
That 4-hour dive.
Yeah. Guys, if you have the time, Oliver came on my show twice last week. Once was Wednesday, with an incredible dive, and then the other one was Saturday, just this past Saturday night, and that was a 7-hour show. And people have been hitting me up about that, Oliver. They're like, man, Kevin was like, dude, I think that was one of the best ever. And it was just, and it's all because obviously Oliver does, great work with Q and deep dives, but it's because of the increase and the comms that we're experiencing. Like we're getting comms like multiple times a day. And we didn't have that 2 years ago and 3 years ago. We didn't have this kind of volume of
It
comms.
started on December 7th of last year. From there, it was nonstop.
Yeah,
Nonstop. But now, I mean, we had the week to remember. That was it. We had it. That was it.
man.
No doubt. That was it. It ended with the blackout.
So Trump's assassination was the day before the Delta, a week to remember, July 14, right? So everybody was looking the week to remember, right? Going to the boom, 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 and the whole bit. Then we've got the announcement of JD Vance, right? Then we have the whole breakdown in Secret Service. Sheila Jackson Lee dies, who was one of the biggest proponents. I believe she was on the budget committee for the Secret Service. I'm not sure, but I know she was a proponent of them and involved, right? And we also know she passed an envelope to Blasey Ford's lawyer in the Kavanaugh trial, and she's a deep state player. She goes back to Haiti, the Clintons, the whole bit. So we know once they have a deep state player, they keep going back to him. There's a lot of feedback on somebody's mic that's open.
Mine is
But she goes back. She's a big time deep state player, right? And then on the full moon on Friday, National Ice Cream Day, Joe Biden steps out of the office. It's like, wow, what a week to remember. I mean, it's just, and then today's Delta is never interfere with an enemy while they're destroying themselves. I mean, it's just incredible.
can't make it up. We're all connecting. Every dot's connecting. Guys, please retweet the space if you like what you're hearing. Share it with your friends. If you want to grab a mic, don't be afraid. I want to hear from everybody. This is not going to be one of those spaces where you just have 2, 3 people talking. I want to hear from everybody, and don't get it twisted. We'll go all night if we have to. But I want to hear from different people. So, this, the one man, you haven't raised your hand. If you want to say something, just jump right in. Leave you too.
And Oliver,
Sure,
I
Oliver.
also don't want to dominate, so I want to step out, and I've got some stuff I want to show my audience. But I wanted to make the introduction to you and your spaces and support your spaces, because I think, folks, if we can really retweet Oliver's spaces, this is such a great mind at this time in our history to be tapped into, and I'm grateful for your work and your insight into the things that are happening. But I do want to just step out and let you have your people have the floor and continue on with my show. But thanks for the invite.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. And that was definitely not a shot at you. I hope you didn't take it that way. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. Even if you just want to chill as a speaker and go do what you got to do, I'm okay with that. Thank you for the kind words. And
Hey, Dave. Hey, Sir Oliver. Hi, everybody in the chat.
you
Hey,
hear me?
Kevin.
Hold
What's going on, guys? Hi, everybody. Spiritual Street.
I don't think Kevin can hear me. Kevin, if you can hear me, put a thumb up. Yeah, Kev. I don't think okay, you can't hear me. Okay, hang tight. All right, I'll go right to you. All right, give me 1 second. I just wanted to thank David for mentioning that. I think honestly, because I get caught up in conversations with a lot of people, but in actuality, it's really not that many people. And I believe that when you have another brilliant mind where you connect and you can just go on and on talking about different topics, it just flows. So I appreciate the comments. I just want to say right back at you, I feel the same way about you, and thank you for bringing me on your show. I appreciate that. We're going to have some great dialogue on your show, and I'm glad that your listeners, like listening to me, and I'm more than happy to come back anytime.
Yeah,
With
42.
that said, what's up, Kevin? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, Kevin.
What's going on? Well, the question is now, where do we go from here, right? We have a lot happening. I mean, right now, Johnson could become speaker and pull the military in real quick and just end it all, and that's it. There won't be an election. You know what I mean? It's just a thought, in my opinion.
Hold on. There's a lot that has to happen first. I mean,
I know, but I mean, we're going at such a rapid speed right now, and the cycle went from changing to 48 hours to every 12.
Yeah, I mean,
You
you're right. You're absolutely right. I said this today. A lot of OG and ons are coming back. And these are guys that know the board very well. Yeah, I believe they're coming back because they see it.
Well, like me and Dave was discussing last week, when this all happened and the Q board went down. Remember, you have worldwide at least 2 billion anons worldwide. So everybody was crashing that site at once, because now everybody wants to know what's going on because they see it. Even if they forgot about it or moved on, they came back.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Kevin.
Can you hear me?
And we're doing, yes, I can. I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
No,
I have a bad signal, but it's all right.
a delay. There might be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see Kamala becoming the sitting president for now, and it would be the only way, because now how do you change all the ballots? How do we move from the machines to paper? I don't even know if we're ready for that. We would have to have another 4-year election just to even get there.
One thing I wanted to add to what Kevin said real quick. I haven't jumped out yet because I wanted to connect with Kevin. Oh, I don't think I have the mic, so that's fine.
Then we'll see the true result of the 2020 election. Because I have not given up on that. I believe that at the end of the day, before this is all said and done, that's going to come out. And then even J.D. Vance,
It's breaking up a little bit, folks, so I'm backing out of the spaces there, and had a nice conversation there, and I'm sure it'll continue. And if you want to check that out, you can always go back. Excuse me, and it's at Sir Censorlot on X. So we had two just off the chain shows last week. Where we dug really, really deep, and they were really phenomenal. And so I just wanted to give him a little love. Love from Indiana. Jonah, good to see you. Yeah, so we're going to do, it sounded like he was underwater. So some great comments during that, folks. And I appreciate that. Appreciate all your comments in there, and giving him a follow over on X. Also at Kevin Rotello, who's a OG Sned and huge, just doing great stuff and sharing a lot of great information. I wanted to take you to this piece on Kim Cheatle, since we were talking about the Secret Service, and I want to play that for you now. And I got to bring it over here. Sorry, I gotta. Got a storm here, guys. I don't know if you hear some of the thunder and lightning behind me, but There is a storm in Texas here. I'm just west of Austin, and it is here we go. So let me bring this up here for you. Okay. And
the 28-year veteran was on the team that evacuated Vice President Dick Cheney on 9/11, and she served on then Vice President Biden's protective detail.
Nobody's talking about this. 1 month ago, a reporter confronted Kim Cheatle on how she's treating the parties unfairly when it comes to Secret Service protection. Watch her reaction.
To a great extent.
Can you speak to the complaints that higher-ups in the Republican Party have made about the footprint that at least appears to be allowing demonstrators to get closer to the Republican convention versus what we're going to see here in Chicago?
So I know we're here to talk about the DNC, and I appreciate the fact that you're asking about the RNC.
That is the ultimate foreshadowing, but look at how angry she gets. Look at her extreme emotional response. Clearly, she is not someone who should be in a position of power like that, but I wonder how she happened to get there. As take a look at this picture here of her standing next to Dick Cheney, who she helped to evacuate on 9/11. Now, someone who is in the bunker says that they went off together for a period of time before returning, and of course, the suspicion is that they, in fact, did sleep together in that encounter. As you can see, Dick super close to her, keeping his hand directly on her, the shoulders touching, and it wouldn't be the first time that Joe Biden hired someone who hawk-tooted her way to the top. As you can see here, a picture of her with Joe Biden. What's weird about that picture is you see Jill there, and then you see Joe, and she's standing in between them. And not just that, she is right up against Joe, standing close to him, flush with him, body touching. And that all starts to make sense when you realize she has no husband, she has no children. She is the perfect person, at least in these demonic weirdos' eyes, to put in your administration for Monica Lewinsky whenever you want to do a little bit of that on the side. Very creepy and disgusting indeed, but that's the unfortunate reality of Washington today.
I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women.
That workforce will be pivotal for the 2024 campaign season, which for the first time includes a former president.
There you have it, more ominous foreshadowing. That interview was from more than a year ago, and you saw in the clip, it cuts directly from her talking about DEI to them talking about the importance of protecting Donald Trump. Foreshadowing all over the place in this. Kim Cheatle is not only guilty of being extremely incompetent, she's also likely guilty of playing a role in orchestrating what happened based on a lot of other evidence. And if you want to see more into that, make sure to follow with notifications on.
Folks, that was Matt Wallace. Piece on that. I cannot confirm this what he said about her sleeping with Cheney. If you guys can do a dig on that, I would welcome any receipts you have on that. Also speculation that something happened with Joe just because she's in a picture close to him versus close to Jill, and in between them. So I don't get into that kind of speculation, especially when it's so damning to somebody, especially when it's damning to somebody's character. But what I think the worst thing about this this whole thing, about this Cheatle character, is that she has been a part of the deep state for a very, very long time. She has been, protecting the deep state. I mean, think about our mainstream media. They've been protecting the deep state for how long now? Ever since the media has been around. Everybody's like, oh, I miss the days of, Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather. And folks, these were all paid CIA assets. And this isn't new. Operation Mockingbird, we found from the Church Commission in 1975 when William Colby gave away the family jewels is what has been bandied about behind in closed channels. We believe that William Colby was murdered. He was found out drowned from a canoe trip. Meanwhile, he had dinner on the table back home. Who, stops in the middle of dinner and goes and does a canoe trip. And because he gave away the family jewels and he exposed Mockingbird Media, he exposed the heart attack gun at the Church Commission hearings in Congress. And I believe when George Herbert Walker Bush took over the CIA, I believe they took him out. And if not before, I can't remember the timing on that. I think Bush took over CIA in '79, something in that ballpark. And so, so at any rate, we know that these people have been gaslighting and allowing for this absolute control over our minds through the brainwashing, through the propaganda. We know that that has been the case for a very long time now. And so there's nothing new happening there. Just wanted to welcome everybody on Rumble, everyone that's over there, 850 strong, and all the different platforms. We're at 36, closing in on 3,600. So that's, what is that, 4450. 4450, everybody. Welcome, one and all, to the indoctrination. I'm David Snedeker, and I am glad to be with you to talk about the things that are that we're experiencing right now, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, did you guys see? How many of you saw the Cheatle interview? And how many of you? And what did you think of it? Because this is, I'll give you an example. Let me share with you a Shadow of Ezra post today, just recently, actually. And here.
I would be remiss if I did not also extend my condolences on the passing of your colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee was always engaged in the oversight of the Secret Service, and her passing is a great loss to this body. I would be remiss if I did not also extend.
This is Sheila Jackson Lee. This is, this is literally the pedo symbol that the FBI shared with us all. She made no, bones about it. She made no, the symbolism will be their downfall. Q told us, multiple times. And we are seeing, I believe that this is being, let's see, it's being, let me take you to that screen. You see all the symbolism. Remember the Democrat convention, like the D2, and it was like the upside down, the Baphomet symbol. I mean, one party discusses God, one party discusses darkness, one party promotes God, one party eliminates God. Symbolism will be their downfall. The great deceivers. When was the last time you witnessed a Democrat Party leader being patriotic, exhibiting national pride, love of country? When was the last time you witnessed a Democrat Party leader speak out against the riots, violence in the streets? When was the last time you witnessed a Democrat Party leader support those who took an oath to protect and defend? When was the last time you witnessed a Democrat Party leader support and call for unity across our nation? All assets deployed, information warfare, infiltration, destruction of America. Have faith in humanity. Have faith in yourself. United we stand. God wins. Folks, this is 2020. The destruction of America certainly, happened with those riots that were happening in the summer of 2020. the summer of love, right? After the George Floyd incident and all that, and how they created a race war, how they created riots, how their narrative and their verbiage was very violent. We've seen clips of Maxine Waters. We've seen clips of Pelosi. You know, all these people that are supposed to be leading, and they're dividing. And all assets deployed is also the reason why I think they'll bring back the Clinton what do you call it, Obama machine to try and take out President Donald John Trump. And so looking at more of the symbolism, I just want to make sure I'm here in the picture. Where is that? No, I don't want to do that. Excuse me. Let me see here. No, there we go. I'll stay with that. And so the symbolism, folks, Q has been telling us about this all along. Here's Lady Gaga with all of the presidents. Okay. The one president she's not with is the outsider, right? Is the guy that all of these men tried to keep out of office. All of them did. All of them claimed, including her, claimed to, not want to support this man. This is what I was showing the close up of. Okay, Lady Gaga and all these, and we're talking. We're talking a satanic cult, my friends, and there's no getting around that. And so let me just share a few more symbolisms. This is big, folks. Excuse me. I touched on this the other night, and I want to share it again. Many of you are quite aware of the Epstein Island Temple. Excuse me. Okay. The Epstein Island Temple is this, right? That we've all seen it, right? And then they claim that it's his gym, right? Well, what a lot of people don't understand is that temple is a what do you call it? A mock-up of this temple, okay? And this temple is goes back to, it's called the Mamluk, I believe. Yeah, okay. And let me show you what the Mamluk is. No, let me take you there. Here we go. So the Mamluks are translate to one who is owned. Okay, it's a slave. They were non-Arab, ethnically diverse, mostly Turkic, Caucasian, Eastern, and Southeastern European, enslaved mercenaries, slave soldiers, and freed slaves who were assigned high-ranking military and administrative duties, serving the ruling Arab and Ottoman dynasties in the Muslim world. Okay, now what's really really unbelievable about this, okay, this was their temple, this temple that Q showed us, okay, and they are child slaves. Their status was above ordinary slaves who were not allowed to carry weapons or perform certain tasks. In places such as Egypt, from the Ayyubid dynasty to the time of Muhammad Ali of Egypt, Mamluks were considered to be true lords and true warriors with social status above the general population in Egypt and Levant. In a sense, they were like enslaved mercenaries. I actually lived in Levant in Istanbul, Turkey. But what they would do is, I don't want to just, read to you. But what they would do is that they would the boys, they would use them as sex slaves when they were younger, and then train them as soldiers, because, and then the girls, they would use them as sex slaves and train them as concubines, as you know, basically whores, hookers, right? But they started them very young. And the reason why they started them very young is because that is where they basically suffer through a process called the cremation of care. And in the cremation of care, through physical, sexual, emotional abuse of children at very young ages, they are they have basically, they lose their soul, because through all of this trauma, that they break their innocence, they destroy their innocence, and they they have their compassion pulled out from them. So what better training for a soldier? You don't want a soldier with compassion, do you? Right? If you want to be a true warrior, if you want to have a true empire. And you don't want a hooker or concubine with compassion, because you want to be able to use her and them for information slaves, sex slaves, and so forth. This, in the drops, excuse me, this building is the exact Epstein Island's building is the replica of this. The Ellen Show, Disney, all use this symbolism. Okay. And so we know what was going on Epstein's Island. Okay. Because they told us, and Q said symbolism will be your downfall. So we know what was happening to underage, not underage, just children at these places. And Q said military is the only way. Actually, Q said the only way forward is military. The only way is military was one of the drops. That was one time in all of the 4,966 drops. 20 times Q said, and I repeat this a lot, folks, so please don't give me a hard time if I repeat this, because this is why this is so important. That's why I repeat it. Transparency, accountability, and justice is the only way forward. Q said that 20 times. That's why what we're doing right now is so important, is that we are talking about these things that they have kept hidden for generations. But they use a secret code in talking about these things. And that code is the symbolism that they use. And we're finding out about the symbolism. I guarantee you, when Sheila Jackson Lee wore that pedophile ring, that people weren't awake to what that was. They weren't awake to what that was. Now we are, because we are seeing the transparency, we're demanding the accountability, and we are going to bring them to justice, because we, the people, are tired of what's happening, and we have been shaken awake by this show, which Q mentions 100 times. Enjoy the show. And the only reason somebody would tell you to enjoy the show 100 times is because they know that you're not going to enjoy it, that it's going to be a shitty show, and it has been a shitty show, and it has not been enjoyable. But the only reason why they would keep telling you that over and over and over again is because they know you're going to enjoy the end. And they want us to not lose our minds through this whole process, which isn't easy, by the way, to not lose our minds through this whole process. It's not. It's absolutely. It's very difficult to not lose our minds. Um, and so um, that's why they keep telling us, right? Um, so um, the only way, Marta, thank you for this. The only way the sheeple will wake up is through money. Well, it's everyone's got their different precipice, folks, right? And that's what Q said. Only at the precipice will people find the will to change. And some people have the border as their precipice. Some people it's abortion is their precipice. Some people war is because they lost family members, or if they didn't lose their family members in the war, they lost their family members' innocence and their mind through the war. And that is even sometimes more tragic, right? Hi, John. When you realize it's a show, you can see just how much our reality is manipulated. Nailed it. Absolutely. When you realize, well, here's the thing, and I was going to say this in the spaces, but I also didn't want to dominate because there's a lot of people that want to talk over there. I'm not a big fan of spaces. I do want to promote Oliver's because he deserves a solid following. But I'm not a fan of spaces because I honestly think that it's. I don't think we should necessarily be listening to more people right now. I think we need to narrow our focus on who we should be listening to versus I'm going to listen to anybody. And I find spaces is a lot of people that are honestly, there's some good people there. Don't get me wrong. There's, OG Anons that come on that have been in this fight for a long time. But there's a lot of rookies. There's a lot of people that woke up yesterday and, did some research and want to share something. And those aren't the people we should be listening to. The people we should be listening to are the people that are seasoned veterans in this fight. But also, as we know, some of those seasoned veterans, so to speak, we've found to be non-trustworthy. And so we've had to move away from that. So I get that, but don't jump out of the pot of an untrustworthy person into the fire of a newbie or a rookie. It's just not it's not a good way to go. Right. Thank you, Maggie. I agree. So thank you, Diana. Also, I wanted to just say thank you to let me take you over there to that. Let me see here. There we go. This is by the way, I apologize for the Rumble folks. I apologize for the commercials that come up. It's I don't like those. And like here's a commercial, but I don't really do commercials on my show, but I'm going to try to get rid of those. I just don't know how. And so, but I wanted to say, Aussie Sharon, thank you so much for your donation. Eye of the Storm hosts on Badlands Media offered some compelling arguments that Biden was being controlled by Trump and not Biden, and that Hunter flipped years ago and is working for white hats. So thank you for that. We have certainly been here. There is no question that we have been big proponents. I certainly have of the fact that the white hats are in control of this show, and that and by the way, your chat will go up to the top there, and that the and that what we're seeing is a excuse me 1 second. And also Patriot First, I'd like to thank you for your donation as well. Thank you, Patriot First. I missed your rant, so my apologies. but if you have that, please put it in the chat and I'll try to find it. But also that just that we are getting we're closing in on Rumble. If you guys share that out a little bit, we're at 910 right now. I'd love to get that over 1,000, and we're at 3791 on the others. So we're well over 4,700 right now. Beautiful, beautiful humans that are just looking at making some sense out of the things that are happening right now. Folks, if you have something, a direction or a question, please put it in the chat, and I'm happy to maybe go off on a tangent or to clarify something. But I've been talking for quite some time that I believe that this is a show, and I proved in one frame of video that the inauguration was not shot live. And what I wanted to say earlier is that if you look at the fact, we know, I mean, I don't know if I know anybody that actually thinks that this is the actual Joe Biden. We know that he was replaced. Excuse me. We know that he is not the same guy. So if that's the case, if he was not inaugurated, then what makes sense? Is it a black hat operation? Well, we already knew he was compromised. For 47 years, this guy was compromised. He was corrupt to the nth degree, with Ukraine, with just everything. He already had all his houses. We had all his we already knew that. So why would the black hats take out old Joe Biden and put in new 2.0 Joe Biden, who is, some amazing actor behind a mask. Okay. Some people thought clone or what have you, and it could be. But why would they do that? They wouldn't do that. The only thing that makes sense when Trump says Joe is shot, Joe doesn't even know where he's at. Joe's shot. Joe's not even here. Joe, why would he keep saying that if that wasn't the case? And it's a different Joe. So who would swap him out? Why would the deep states swap him out? That doesn't make any sense. They already had a player, right? I don't think they swapped out Sheila Jackson Lee. I think they 86'd her, they 187'd her, but legally, like as a traitor, because of the things that she's done and crimes against humanity. But they didn't need to swap her out because she would do whatever they told her to do. I think a lot of the people that were reading a script written by the deep state for as long as they've been in office, are now reading a script written by the white hats. That's what I believe, because nothing else makes sense. So what are we watching? Well, if you're going to swap out the president of the United States, the leader supposedly of the free world, and insert an actor in a mask or a clone, whatever it is, to absolutely actively destroy our country. Now, let's make one thing very clear, that the people that have been in control, okay, this satanic cult that has been in control of this population for a very long time, through the media, through the movies, through the music, through the magazines and the newspaper, and your public education, through the Rockefeller medical model, through the Gates taking over the medical model and all that, which I read earlier today. And I reposted that, by the way, on my X, so you can see all the things that I marked myself safe from regarding Bill Gates over the years, including the CrowdStrike situation last week, which was on his software. And so we know that the deep state has been controlling our minds and manipulating our society for a very, very, very long time. So we know they swapped out the president of the United States. Okay. So are they just going to dip their toe in the water? Are they going to go all in? Well, I think they went all in. And so what they did was, we've seen, those of us who have been awake, we have seen the slow degradation of our society. We know, like in my the show that I shared last night. I share this. I share this a lot, and it's a podcast called "Those Who Betray Us." Okay, shattering the indoctrination on Spotify or Apple or podcasts, all these different things. And I basically said that, well, I won't get too deep into it, but basically that they've been slowly through, for example, Johnson, telling the women in the inner city that we'll give you money for each child, but the man can't be in the house. So the next thing you know, the Black community in the inner cities went from a 25% divorce rate back then to like a 75% divorce rate. Okay, to today. They put drugs into the inner city. Really inexpensive. Crack cocaine, highly addictive, very inexpensive. Joe Biden put more Black men and women behind bars through crack cocaine than anybody in the history of this earth. And his son, who he's so proud of, is addicted to crack cocaine. You can't make this shit up, right? And so what we've been seeing is the tearing apart of families through the grooming of the movies and the shows and the Netflix, and propping up Britney Spears only to crash her to the ground, propping up Ariana Grande only to see her be promiscuous later, propping up Hannah Montana only to see her crash and burn later with drugs and sex, and all of these situations where they have broken the innocence of our child's minds. They've broken the family. They've broken our communities. And this is by design. This is the slow moving turtle of the Fabian Society spread of socialism. And I also get into this in that podcast last night. It's very short. It's 12 minutes long. I was interrupted by a being you'll hear in the thing, but and I already did part 2 last night. I'll drop that later tonight. But but we've seen a slow degradation that has been so subtle that most of us didn't see it happening. Then enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and it ramped up significantly, so much so that the normies and people that weren't aware of it before then are now paying attention to it. So they're dropping all these different areas in our lap in order to awaken us to the reality that this is not, we're not losing our country, we're not losing our culture because of a bunch of idiots. We're losing our culture. By the way, that's like a, they're just stupid. We'll get somebody next election and we'll fix it all. No, this is by design. It's been by design for a long time, but it took it, ramping it up at the level that they did, that I believe the white hats did, so that it could shake people awake to the reality of the intention behind all of this. And so now we're seeing, this all ramped up, and we're seeing this intention being exposed. And I think that they are all in on this. And I think that what we are seeing is a show, and what people like Sir Oliver and Hawk and Slow Country and Kevin and people that are paying attention to the drops are seeing is that the drops are telling us, and have been telling us, what's going to happen and when. Not when necessarily, because Q flat out says we can't tell you when, because then that would put us at risk and also give away, show our hand, so to speak. But what they've done is they've told us what was going to happen and how it was going to happen, and it's been nonstop. And I want to share. Let me see if I can pull this up. Jen Davis shared with me. Let's see. And it is. Let me pull these two drops up. Thank you, Jen, for sending this. And by the way, versus the symbolism. Before I go over that, the symbolism of this particular temple, right, which I think that might be in Turkey, and I believe that's also the temple that that Isaac Cappy released video footage of the inside of, which is like a bathhouse. Okay, and it was little girls preparing the bath. Also, welcome to Epstein Island. Ask yourself, is this normal? What does a temple typically symbolize? What does an owl symbolize? Dark religion. By the way, the owl was at the top of the Epstein temple. How many channels captured on RC's pic? Rooms indicate size. Hallways shown. This is Rachel Chandler. RC is Rachel Chandler. This is her Instagram. A lot of bedrooms, and this is the inside of that temple, and some of the people and some of the things that they seem to be doing. And inside this temple, in the basement of this temple, in the underground tunnels of Epstein Island, what Q is telling us is that there is trafficking going on, and sacrifice going on of children, tragically. Some people think this might look like Nancy Pelosi. I tend to agree. Certainly, she's been there. And then, so it just talks a lot about symbolism. Symbolism will be their downfall. Symbolism will be their downfall. The Pope and his vestments. By the way, the Pope's vestments have the same symbol that Sheila Jackson Lee had on. This is Anderson Cooper's mother, Gloria Vanderbilt. And her satanic imaging above their bed and so forth. You can look at all this. This is obviously the Freemasons. This is shooters, by the way, like a lot of the what do you call it? The witnesses to shootings. They'll have a Masonic ring or Masonic hat. The symbolism of the Vatican. This is the Great Hall in the Vatican of the snake and the fangs, right? And it looks like this from both directions, by the way. And then here, let me take you to this. So a lot of symbolism that Q has told us about and warning us about. This is CERN. Right. And some of the symbolism around CERN and the space shuttle and, all the technology, the symbolism of the Y family, which is the Rothschilds. This was a party that they threw. And this is one of the things I want to end on before I get off this page. Their need for symbolism will be their downfall. MSM role, push conspiracy theory, like, oh, Dave's he's a nutcase, man. He's a conspiracy theorist for showing you all this and telling you all these connections. Social media role, not only do they have bots in there that are paid for, of people, attacking people like us, but they've already brainwashed our friends that do that for them. Push conspiracy theory and institute new rules allowing for ban censorship, kicking me off all these platforms. The graphic is key. Reread graphic. What family did Soros replace? Why? That's the Rothschilds, as I mentioned. Part 2, how were they adopted into the cult as children? I already explained that to you. What were they provided for, obeying and staying silent, brainwashed? Well, they got fame, fortune, and they never had to worry about money ever again. But they needed warriors. They needed people that had no compassion so that they could rule you and I with an iron fist. All that you know to be right is wrong. The cult runs the world, Fantasyland. The world is fighting back and destroying the cult. 20% public, 80% private. The world would otherwise collapse. Now, I bring this up quite a bit. The world is fighting back and destroying the cult, but we only see 20%. 80% of what's happening right now behind the scenes, my friends, is private. We don't see that. So when people say, oh, nothing's happening, look at all that is happening and understand that that's only 20%. The world would otherwise collapse. They have to do this. They have to drip it. Like I just showed earlier, the Truth Social app is literally, if you turn it sideways, somebody mentioned this, and when you turn the Truth Social app sideways, here, let me do that again. Let me make myself a bit bigger for those who did not see this earlier. If you turn that sideways, you now have a faucet dripping right there. And Q has drops that are about the drip. 40,000 foot view again, and need to decrease altitude to avoid conspiracy label was necessary. Godfather 3 for God and country. I want to make 2 mentions about that. One is we hit 40,000 on the stock exchange just last week, before the week to remember. Okay. Very important. Many believe that is referencing the stock market. And then also Godfather 3, Elon Musk shared Godfather 3 when Michael basically kisses Fredo because he knows that Fredo betrayed him. So that is, that's the symbolism for you folks. And this Sheila Jackson Lee, if the only thing we ever knew about Sheila Jackson Lee was that she wore that pedophile ring, when she thought that only pedophiles really know what that's all about, wouldn't that be enough, folks? Wouldn't that be enough? So how does Q know all this? Right? Certainly there's, speculation surrounding, Q's ability to see into the future. Folks, this is, it is not mandatory for you to support my work. It is offered as a suggestion to exchange of energy here, but all of my shows have been free. They will remain free, and it's because this information must not be behind a paywall. It must not be hard to get to. It has to be easy access because it's that important. I take this revolution very seriously, and I have not gotten into a lot of things. Sorry, guys, my mic went mute. $10 Rumble rant from Tony Baloney. Thanks, mate. Let me get over there. Let me get to that. Dr. DDD, live listening to Dave and Oliver. Thank you. And thank you for your donation. And Tony Baloney, thanks, mate, from England. Fuck the UK. All right. I get you. It's like, the people over there and what they're doing is absolutely tragic. So thank you, Tony Baloney. Appreciate that. And thank you, Dr. DDD. I really appreciate your support there, folks. Because you can do, if you click on this little $sign down at Rumble, you can do Rumble rants, which are really cool. So at any rate, I'm not going to, all my content has been free. And I just wanted to say that some of the people that you've been kind of disgusted with, some of them are paid to do exactly what they did, and others were just flat out opportunists. Okay. Thank you all for sharing this out. We're reaching 4,000 on the two Hawks channel and my channel on X, and Hawk's Mustard Seed YouTube. Thank you, Hawk, for bringing my show back to YouTube, and also Hawk J. Marsden on Facebook. 24 of you are over there on Facebook watching. So thanks for bringing me back to Facebook, which I've been persona non grata for quite some time. So at any rate, moving on, my friends, this is, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about okay, first of all, let's all take a deep breath, shall we? Oh, man, what a week. Guys, what a week. Oh, my God. What is happening here is just wow. And for somebody that's been awake for 17 going on 18 years, there were so many times, folks, when I thought, how are we ever going to do this? Because when you understand how deep the rabbit holes go, and there's so many rabbit holes, right? You really start to question, my God, how are we going to come back from this? How are we going to ever conquer this? And for those of us who have been awake a long time, we've gone through decades and years of the Bushes, the Obamas, the Clintons. Like, oh my God, how are we ever going to break free from this? The Rothschild banking system, the Soros media, juggernaut, the Zionist Khazarian mafia run media. How are we ever going to get out from under all this oppression? And sometimes it felt very daunting. Then along comes Donald Trump. And I thought at the time, here's another guy like Bloomberg who's going to buy his way into office, like Bloomberg did with the New York mayor's race. And then I started seeing who was against him. And I realized that all the presidents, Republican and Democrat, were against him. All the media, all the Hollywood, and I realized all of them were against Donald John Trump. And I realized he was my guy. So I got behind him, and he came in and did things right away. Got rid of regulations and got rid of the no fire law that the VA was under, that we're treating our veterans horribly. He changed all that around, and he did so many things. And then, less than a year after his presidency, the shooting in Las Vegas occurred, and all of us were like, okay, this is not what they said it was. This was not Stephen Paddock. This was not a guy who broke out his window and shot by himself. This was not a lone shooter, which is the narrative of every false flag, right? This was an assassination attack, assassination of Mohammed bin Salman, that was supposed to be, under the auspices of a mass shooting, that he just happened to fall into this bad way. Well, that was the only thing that would have played back in Saudi Arabia. But the problem was Trump knew what was going to happen, warned Mohammed bin Salman, saved his life, and they did the purge in Saudi Arabia, which they didn't wait around. They arrested everybody that was a bad player, a potential bad player in the kingdom, and they put them up in the Riyadh Ritz-Carlton, and they literally hung al-Walid by his ankles. And this is the guy who was one of the first investors into Twitter and was also the supporter of Obama through Harvard, funded his Harvard education, and also is the financier of Huma, Harvard University Muslim alumni, which Obama's a part of, and he's a big player in the Twitter. And so when they got him, I believe they started to tap into Twitter and started changing things around then. So they were in control, I believe, of Twitter before Musk came in. But again, it had to be trickled, had to be the drip, drip, drip. Otherwise, people would have revolted. And they had to bring Musk in to release the Twitter files so that people would really read them, because otherwise, if Trump bought it and came in, they wouldn't read it because all that's Trump. But Musk, he's saving the world with his electric cars. Yeah, right. He's going to take us to Mars. Yeah, right. Well, he has given a satellite connection with the Starlinks, but those are balloons. But he's this darling of the left, right? And they brought him in to open up these Twitter files so that the people that really needed to wake up would read them and see how the FBI infiltrated social media and censored people like me and you. I mean, we were all censored. So this all went down. And then, well, I'm kind of thrown off, but after the Ritz-Carlton, after the Saudi Arabia thing, Q pops up, and all of us were like, whoa. Q knows what we know and more, and is asking us a bunch of questions that are opening up a whole can of worms. And we were told that it was a military operation, and that we felt for the first time that we had somebody that had our back, that had some bite to their bark, and we were inspired. And as a result, Q started this revolution. And we have grown it and grown it and grown it. We're about to break 4,000 over all the platforms, with another almost 1,000 on Rumble. Thank you for sharing this out. Please share this out. Give it a thumbs up so some others will see it. And so let me tell you why we think that Q is, and we're over 4,000. Thank you guys. 4,001 on 4 platforms, and almost 1,000 on Rumble. Thank you all for being here. We're almost at 5,000 beautiful, beautiful humans trying to make sense of, an incredible week. Okay, an incredible week, which is basically, has been foretold to us. This week has been foretold to us in the drops, a week to remember, and that is very significant. And it also took us to, I want to show you this. By the way, this was, let me get rid of some of these so I can clean up the mess here. Again, this was, I want to show you this one last time, this symbolism thing with Sheila Jackson Lee. This was her ring. It's a clear pedophile symbol. This was Sheila Jackson Lee. We did not lose a patriot on Friday, folks. We lost somebody that was a part of this establishment. So let me take you to let's see. Here, sorry. The shot heard around the world happens to also coincide, which we believe this shot at Trump was, especially hit his ear, heard around the world. The Great Awakening, a week to remember. A week to remember was also, it's not going to be here, but this shot heard around the world. I thought I had a week to remember up. Yeah, it's probably over here. No, that's the deltas. I'll just put it in. Week to remember took us to this. Boom, boom, boom. A week to remember, dark to light, right? And oh, I got to show you something else too. But this week to remember, a week to remember, a week to remember. One of them was a delta of July 13th, July 14. I'm sorry, July 14. Let me show you that. Where is that? I'm losing it here. July 14th. Here it is. July 14th, the day after the assassination attempt, which was 3434, a week to remember. Now, what's the significance of 3434? Okay, well, a couple things. Well, first of all, 3434 is, 34 felonies for Donald Trump, 34 counts, guilty on all 34. Okay. But also let me take you to 34. Q clearance patriot. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3, which, by the way, the assassination attempt was J13, just like it was J6, right? J13. J is the 10th letter of the alphabet. 13, 1013, drop the 0, 11/3. That was from one of my Sneds who sent me that. If you're in the chat, please let me know because I forgot who sent that to me. Upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4. Now, Podesta was involved with the DNC and the emails that now that Assange is free, I think Seth Rich story is going to come to the surface and about how that hack, and we're seeing all this with the Russia, with Mueller, with all that. That's all going to come out. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an attempt to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. Jackson Lee, Biden, so many of the CEOs that have resigned, so many of the people that are selling their assets. Okay. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Now, I think this is what Oliver was talking about on his spaces earlier. Swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. These would be the executive orders, the PEDS. This is all coming to fruition. This is a week to remember that started July 14th, which was actually the day after Donald Trump's assassination. Okay. And also the shot heard around the world took us to that. Right. So just a few connections on the boards here that I wanted to share with you, but also, how does Q know this? Well, many of you know the story of Ingersoll Lockwood. Okay. Well, Ingersoll Lockwood, it has a website right now, and it's Ingersoll Lockwood. Let me go to the main. Sorry. It has a lot of songs on it with that talk about Trump and Junior and coming back and taking control. Junior's mentioned, and we believe that mention of Junior may be John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. I haven't gone in on that in a way that I hang my hat on that, but I will tell you that I am of belief that he is a part of this operation, and I don't say that. I take great risk in saying that because, people think you're crazy, you're out of your mind. But what I would ask you is if you know that there is no way in hell that this is Joe Biden that we are seeing on a day-to-day basis, because we saw the old Joe Biden, we see the new one, then what else is possible? This guy's the leader of the free world, and they pulled this shit with him. So why wouldn't they have control over other things? So I have been led to Ingersoll Lockwood website many times, and I will tell you it's connected to Space Force. Okay, they actually deny Q right here. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Please tell this to all, Team IL. Well, think they doth protesteth too much, and putting it at the front of the website. And also, it's not the QAnon. That's a misnomer. And also, it's the QAnon conspiracy that they don't believe. It's not a conspiracy. It's real. Right. And so there's been, I will tell you, and it's also 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue. And it's in Washington, D.C. I believe it's 1025, which is also 17, Suite 1025. I've called there. They've got, it's like one of those places where you can just get an office and you can have a mailbox, but also have a receptionist that takes your calls and so forth. It's not like an absolute office. So at any rate, I bring that up because Ingersoll Lockwood is the person who wrote the books of Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Adventure and also The Last President. And there are many similarities to all that. And I'm sure many of you have already looked into that, but I bring it up as a reason to consider also that Tesla said that when he was underneath the arc of the electric arc, what was it? The tower, the Wardenclyffe Tower, I believe it was called, and that when he was underneath that electric, he was able to access the electricity out of the ether, and he wrote extensively about this. But one of the things he also said was that when he was under this, and there's a famous picture of him sitting in a chair underneath this tower. This is it. This is one of the pictures. And while he was sitting underneath this electric arc, he said he could see the past, present, and future at the same time. Okay. And so when he died, the FBI Office of Alien Affairs, brought in an engineer that knew him well, and it was John Trump, and this is Donald Trump's uncle, who happens to look eerily similar to this guy, Julian Assange. I mean, look at this. Look at this resemblance here. It's pretty uncanny, wouldn't you say? And so, but John Trump told the FBI that he didn't find anything of value in those messages, and all the documents that Tesla had, right? Well, if Tesla said that he had the ability to see into the future, he had that ability. This wasn't a braggart. This guy knew, more than anybody on this planet. He was much smarter than Einstein. He used to make fun of Einstein at parties because Einstein had theories, theory of relativity, theory of gravity, that weren't scientific and weren't proven. And Tesla called them, fiction. And so if Tesla had this ability, and also possibly to travel into the future, but definitely see into the future, and John Trump, who was an MIT scientist, this guy was not dumb. This guy was very, very smart. And he was the first one to have access to Tesla's material. And he had it all. He had all of Tesla's stuff. Did he tap into the ability to look into the future? And we think that he did. Because one of the things that we've been trying to figure out, that everybody's been trying to figure out, I think I know, is that Trump has always been many steps ahead of the people that have tried to take him out, including with the court cases. Okay. And yet, how does he do it? How does he do it over and over and over again? Well, Project Looking Glass, going forward in order to look back. This is a link to a Twitter, which has been, deleted because, as it always is, when almost all the Twitter links from the Q drops have been deleted. But it's about Project Looking Glass. Okay. And then number 9, this was shared by Jen Davis. Thank you, Jen. October 29th, 2017. This is day 2 of the Q drops, by the way. Day 2 is October 29th, 2017. Projection. Democrats can't lose control over the black population. What's happening now? All the bad stuff that happened with Trump, he got arrested. He got indicted. He got screwed through the justice system, through the court system. And then he got shot. And every step of the way, what I was saying was, this gives Trump street cred with the black community. Okay. Look at what has happened. At some point, the Great Awakening will occur, whereby these false local national black leaders are corrupt and paid off to help keep the black population poor and in need. All the people that have been raised to the top. Let me come at you here and we'll come back into it. Think about this. all your favorite actors, all your favorite actresses, all your favorite musicians, all your favorite politicians over the years, your news personalities, your favorite late night talk show host, your favorite daytime talk show host, your favorite magazines that you used to love to read, your favorite newspapers that some of us delivered as children. All of them we have discovered are part of the indoctrination, a part of the matrix, a part of the mechanism that was put in place to drip, drip, drip to deceive us. Add to that the fluoride in the water, or should I say the byproduct of aluminum manufacturing when they scrub the towers, the chimneys. It's called hydrofluorosilicic acid, which has the similar properties to fluoride. That takes our third eye, the eye that helps us to dream and helps us to visualize by releasing DMT into our brain, and it calcifies it, it covers it, and weakens it, and desensitizes it. And many cultures believe that this third eye is a portal to another dimension, because when we dream, we do go somewhere else in our mind, and it's very real, very real. So sometimes it's more real than when you wake up and you're like, oh man, I gotta go to work in this shit job, and I gotta drive in traffic, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that, and I hate my boss, and my coworkers are so petty, and they don't like, that's reality. We want to go back to our dreams half the time. And so the fluorosilicic acid that is in this water and in the water that we're drinking, and then they're telling you 8 cups a day, 8 glasses a day. They're dumbing us down, weakening our food, weakening the air that we breathe with the chemtrails and with and then the pollution we don't see, which is the Wi-Fi's and the cellular and the smart meters, all the electronic noise. We're being attacked. We're being manipulated. And now we know it. All this stuff I'm telling you, most of you already know. I'm not telling this to somebody that, hasn't already looked into this. I'm having this conversation with you, not because it's something new you need to know, but because it's part of the bigger picture here. How do we break free from that? Well, let me go back to the drop. All these people that were put up to the top of everything we see, they were put there to help keep us poor and in need, especially the black population in this particular situation. The Democrats formed the Confederate States against freeing slaves. The Democrats formed the KKK. HRC's mentor, Hillary Clinton, is who? His name is Richard Byrd. Not Richard. Richard Byrd was the explorer. Robert, was it Robert Byrd? Robert Byrd, Democrat senator from West Virginia. Okay. Robert Byrd was a Grand Mason in the KKK. He's Grand Master in the KKK. Okay. He was Hillary's mentor. Okay. What happens if the truth about Haiti is released? Do the Democrats lose majority of the vote? Absolutely. And this truth about Haiti, people are talking about Haiti because Sheila Jackson Lee just died and she was involved in all that. Through the looking glass. The looking glass is seen into the future. They rely on the MSM to keep the narrative going, but tech is entrenching on their controls. They missed this in 2016 and desperately attempting to censor now due to CIA cash infusions. This will fall. This is why I have always taken Q so seriously and never wavered, by the way, because nothing else makes sense to me. Nothing else makes sense as to how this is all going down and how we have to defeat the people who have enslaved humanity for, my God, generations. Generations we've been enslaved. This is not new. What's new is our awareness to it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Diana. Christina said, check out Scavino's most recent tweet. Also, Q drop 2208. Dan Scavino is a part of this, folks, and that's why we do check out Dan's work. So let me pull up his latest tweet and also 2208. I got to check that out. Thank you for that, Jen. That was some good stuff right there. Okay. Let me find Scavino's tweet. Here we go. Okay. 46 minutes ago. Let me take you there. Most of the time, I'll check.
2-base hit for Taylor Walls. 2-base hit for Taylor Walls, and now he's in scoring position.
Oh man, did you see that? See the fist in the air?
2-base hit.
That's Trump. Look at him.
Taylor Walls,
Fight.
and now he's in scoring position.
That's beautiful. It's getting into the public realm.
2-base hit for Taylor Walls, and now he's in scoring position.
Okay. How many people are inspired by, there's another one, are inspired by Donald Trump, folks? This is badass. That was 47 minutes ago. And wow, that's really, really cool. Thank you for that, Christina. And let's see, one of the other things we do always is we always look at the timestamp, right, of such a tweet. 47 minutes ago was at 9:43 p.m. my time, which is 10:43. Okay, so let's go to Q drop 10:43, and I'll share this with you. 10:43. Oh boy. Okay. So this is big. Why is this big? Okay. Well, it's Obama in Muslim garb. Okay. Who's in control right now? Where's Joe? All right. What's going on? Who's controlling this whole situation? Why hasn't Obama come out and endorsed Kamala? Okay. It says Christian ring. He claims Christianity, but it's not a Christian ring. And it's also not, he was Muslim. You couldn't be in the Hadassah, if I'm saying that correctly, in Indonesia. Two things must have occurred when he was Barry Soetoro, when he was adopted by Lolo Soetoro. Lolo Soetoro was big into the Cargill group. Am I saying that right? It doesn't sound right. Carlyle group. I'm sorry. I knew that didn't sound right. The Carlyle group, the Bushes. He was very, very, very much involved in partners with the Bushes. Okay, and so Obama was at a school in Indonesia and it had two criteria. One, you had to be Muslim, and two, you had to have Indonesian citizenship, which in Indonesia at the time, you couldn't have dual citizenship. So you couldn't be a citizen of the United States and U.S. And Indonesia. And so, so even if he was born in Hawaii, which he wasn't, he was born in Kenya. The whole thing with his birth certificate that was exposed, and Fuddy, who was the one that backed his story in Hawaii, she was killed. She was murdered. But even if he was born in the United States, in Hawaii, he lost his citizenship when he went to Indonesia and never regained it. Okay. Pics will surface of Hussein holding AK-47 in tribal attire, one of many. Net shutdown. Okay. People said in 10:4, this is, let's see, 10:43. Let me go back to, let me also take you to the following ones, which are 10:44. And by the way, 10:43, also think mirror, okay, which is 34 again, which we came back to. 34 and 1, if you think mirror. Let me just take you to also 143, and because we often drop the zeros. But 1044 says fake pic push by MSM. So when the picture comes out of him holding an AK-47 in Muslim attire, the MSM is going to say it's fake. But there are videos to back it up. Google kill, YouTube kill, Facebook kill, Twitter kill. Just want to make sure you're with. No, I'm sorry. Here we go. Google kill, YouTube kill, Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram kill. Net will be paused. Paused. Where have we heard that? The pause. Hammer on the clock. Okay. Hammer is the program that Obama was spying on all of us with, that was created by Bill Binney and I'm forgetting his name right now. The other gentleman, Montgomery. No, I'm forgetting his name right now. I apologize. And so somebody said too, and I think this might have been in 1045. How soon? Q says, we don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves. Look at some of the counter moves that we've seen them do in relation to the moves by the White Hats. By the way, 4,209 across multiple platforms, and then another, let's see what everyone's doing over on Rumble. We're over 1,000 on Rumble, 1,002. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you, and appreciate all the Rumble rants as well, folks. Really do appreciate the support of my research and the many hours that I have spent doing this, and drop this for you if you're so inclined to share some energy of and tip your waiter. I welcome your support. Folks, this is Then Epicenter, Full House, they are all here 24/7, 365. Enjoy the show. This is one of the Enjoy the shows. And is it 47? Let me see. I'll just do one more. Because I want to put a cap on this. One of the Anons said, normies don't give a crap if he is Muslim. With a gun, they won't care. Q came back and said, the important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at. Red, white, and blue spray. Okay. Now, do you understand that? They're not saying it's just going to be him with an AK-47, but who he's pointing and aiming the gun at, red, white, and blue spray. And here's what I think that is all about. I think that it's going to be possibly a picture of Uncle Sam. And Uncle Sam's got holes in it from the AK-47 that he's actually holding. That's just a guess. But I believe it's something to show that he is intentionally destroying our country. You with me on that? And that is going to be the thing. That's why I believe the first arrest is Hillary Clinton. And there's two of them because it's a double. It's a double whammy, right? It's the first arrest is. Yeah, let me cut that. Two of the exact same drops. First indictment unsealed will trigger mass awakening. First arrest will verify action, confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. First arrest. This was the exact same time. 5:03:45. 5:03:45. Okay, 45. Obviously, POTUS, right? Exact same timestamp. This, I believe, is the only time in all of the drops where this occurred. Okay, so I believe there to be two arrests, and I believe they're going to be Hillary and Obama, and that's why I said the white hats, I believe, are going to run the Clintons and Obamas against Trump. All assets deployed. They're going to try to pull out, all the stops, and they're going to try to cheat and take the election back. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. Because I believe the white hats are in control. And if that happens, I believe the white hats are bringing Obama's and Clinton's back into the light so that we can destroy them. We're going to, show all the things about Barry. We're going to show all the things about Big Mike and Hillary. And because there's such a greater portion of the population that's awake right now that we can do really good work, right? Really good work with the people that are awakening now. They're going to be, they're going to be like, what's frazzled? What's the drip? What's that? They're going to be like, what's life insurance policy on Anthony Weiner's laptop? Who's Huma Abedin? What's her story? Why is she engaged to Alex Soros? There are three sides to the triangle Q talks about. The three sides of the triangle are Saudi Arabia, Rothschilds, and Soros. Saudi Arabia has already been taken out. That was major funding of human trafficking and the Clinton Foundation and the deep state in the infiltration of our country. That has already been resolved. And also our tech, like Twitter and Al-Walid. That's already been taken out. There are two sides of the triangle remaining. There's Rothschilds, and the Rothschilds are the banking. Look what's happening at the banking situation. Look at how, the BRICS is rising up against the central banks. Look at XRP. Look at the crypto and how it's destroying the old system. Look at how the BRICS nations are backing all their currencies with oil, gold, silver, etc. Look at the degradation of the U.S. dollar. It all makes sense. That's the side of the triangle that must fall. Look at the J.P. Morgan and the connection to Epstein and all that. How many banks are going to fall because of that? The compliance, etc. Look at Soros. George Soros is kind of stepping aside. He's done all the damage he could do in his lifetime, which is a great deal of damage. Great deal of damage. He was responsible for the collapse of the England, collapse of that economy. He was responsible for the migrant explosion, the migrant migration invasion of Europe. He was responsible for our border invasion. He was responsible for financing all the AGs that are letting, bad criminals out into the streets again. He's responsible for Media Matters and David Brock and supporting him and Elefantis with Pizzagate and supporting Hillary Clinton and all of her nonsense. And the guy is just bad news across the board and control a lot of the media. Those are the three sides of the triangle that Q has said have to fall. Okay. That have to fall, and they're falling. Look at what's happening. Look what's going on. And where's Joe? This isn't normal. This isn't normal. If the black hats were in control, would they let this stuff be happening? If the black hats were in control, would they have missed the assassination attempt on Trump? Would they have sent a 20-year-old? I think he's the patsy. But would they have sent just a 20-year-old to do this? No. They would have sent an assassin, like a real assassin. Assassins don't miss. Okay. The congressman today, I forget his name, he was questioning Cheatle. He went to a gun range with his AR-15 at the exact distance of where Crooks was away from Donald John Trump, and he shot 8 shots with each of his ARs and with different bullets, different scopes, and he shot 8 and 7 out of 8 times were kill shots. Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm missing some of the comments, but I'm glad, Diana, thank you for being on top of so many of this. Thanks. Shout out to Moonbeam, who's helping out folks. And so look at all this happen. Also, it's Milwaukee versus Tampa Bay. No, it's the St. Louis Cardinals versus Tampa Bay. And by the way, Scavino says we see you, right? Because we see and we are with you, okay? Which is a Q drop. We are with you, okay? In the Matrix takes us to we see you, okay, which is 2208, which I already have pulled up, by the way. Let me see, where is that? Yeah, I already had 2208 pulled up because we see you is there. Let me pull. I'm sorry, I didn't take you with me. Sometimes I do that, so just give me a heads up. So 2208, narrative shift, nation on alert. Remember, this is one of the members of Q, Dan Scavino, saying we see you. So when you go into the Q drops, you search for We See You. Narrative shift. Nation on alert. Firing Rod Rosenstein equals block Mueller. Firing Rod Rosenstein set up to firing Mueller. Rosenstein red line. What was the Senate confirmation vote regarding RR? Why did RR beg Ryan to block the FISA memo from congressional review further advancement? Because FISA is going to bring down the House. Real time, 7 congressional members, 3 senators, 2 former Obama senior officials, and 4 outside contractors. No CTOP sense level clearance, meaning they don't have the Q clearance or top security clearance. At SCIF, DC Capitol, top security clearance is mandatory for admission. How is that possible? We see you. Basically, they're saying that these guys were in a SCIF that had security clearance that they did not have, which is completely illegal. And here we are at a narrative shift that we're experiencing ourselves. I'm sorry, I was close up on this, and I didn't bring you along with me. And then back to the drop. Let's see, Twitter, Adam Schiff's status. President Trump has intervened again. This is Adam Schiff in a pending investigation by ordering the selective disclosure of classified materials he believes to be helpful to his defense. The DOJ and FBI have previously informed me that release of some of this information would cross a red line. Cross a red line. Okay. Hey, Shitty Shift, is that one of Obama's red lines? I'm sure he'll be okay with it. He wrote this executive order to reveal any classified information that was classified to hide corruption or anything embarrassing to one of the departments. Check it out for yourself. And this, by the way, is classified national security information, Executive Order 13526 by Obama, a uniform system for classifying, safeguarding, and declassifying national security information, including information relating to defense against transnational terrorism. Our democratic principles require that the American people be informed of the activities of their government. Also, nevertheless, throughout our history, the national defense has required that certain information be maintained in confidence in order to protect our citizens. Yeah, that's why they keep information from us, is to protect us, right? And in our interactions with foreign nations. So this was to hide material. Why? By the way, I'm sorry. I went here for you. Okay. Executive Order 13526. Okay. Because Obama, by the way, okay. Let me come back to you here for a second. Let me take you down another quick road. Cheers, everybody. Glad you're with me. I'm starting to kick back a little bit. So the snake, the poem that Trump repeats over and over and over again, okay, I believe is Obama. Okay. Why? Because his right hand, and I've done a whole decode on this. I'm not going to spend much time on it. But because I've been down, I've done this many times before, but the snake is talking about Obama. Why do I think this? Well, Oscar Brown Jr. wrote The Snake in 1963. Oscar Brown Jr. was an activist, a politician. He ran for 2 offices. Oscar Brown also wrote a lot of songs, was a poet. He was also a communist for many years. He was part of the Communist Party. He was the world's first black newscaster for the Negro News Front, with a Chicago radio program that he co-produced with Vernon Jarrett. Okay. Vernon Jarrett, okay, his partner had a son, William Jarrett, okay, who married Valerie Bowman. This is Valerie Bowman, folks. This is Valerie Jarrett. Okay. Valerie Jarrett is Obama's right hand. Valerie Jarrett moved in with the Obamas after they left the White House. Okay. Valerie Jarrett was born in Iran. She is a Muslim Brotherhood plant in the Obama administration, like Huma Abedin is Muslim Brotherhood plant in the Clinton house. Okay. She is the head of basically the Barack Obama library, presidential library. Okay. This is the first presidential library that is not funded by NARA, the National Archives. It's the first one. It's not funded by your or my tax dollars. It's funded by private investment, and they're thus able to keep certain things in and out of that library. And it is the first all digital presidential library. There are no paper documents in that library. This is about them controlling the information, just like they controlled Obama's information when he became senator, and he got rid of some documentation about his past. And then when he became president, all of that information from Kenya to Hawaii to Indonesia to Chicago to Columbia to Occidental to Harvard, all of that information that you and I should be privy to, all of it was put under lock and key. Why? Why would they do that? What are they hiding? Well, we know what they're hiding because now we're awake and now we're sharing all this kind of information. And that's why if he comes back out into the spotlight, if Hillary comes back out into the spotlight, they're done because we know all this stuff. We're going to be sharing all this stuff. This is crazy. We're over 5,000 beautiful, beautiful humans in the Sned shed tonight, folks. Thanks for joining me. We are over 1,048 on Rumble, 4,347 on the other platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and X. So we're almost at 4,400, over 4,400 right now. So welcome and thank you for those who are supporting this Truthcast. Let me drop a few that supported 2 nights ago. This is from 2 nights ago, but I want to give you folks a shout out for your support 2 nights ago, and so and some of you I already mentioned earlier tonight, and I'll have you on the list for tomorrow's show. And also patrons, Texas Patriot Michael, appreciate you, and Buffering, thank you, and then there's one other, and Walter Newbert, Kristen DeSanto, and Craig Bowen from the other night as well. Much appreciated. So, my friends, there are a couple other drops, but basically, this is the kind of stuff, okay? If we go back into what I was showing you just a minute ago with Dan Scavino's, we see you. The DOJ and FBI have previously informed me that release of some of the information would cross a red line. Declass FISA, Rod Rosenstein force, red line, new playbook needed. We see you. Many think that the red line could be associated with the red line across Donald Trump's face after the assassination attempt. Because we see you is taking us to the red line, okay, which is the line across his face, because they're saying fight, 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 and that was the red line that we saw when he stood up and put up his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. And what's beautiful about all of that, and I'm gonna pull these up real quick because they're that important, and I'll walk you through those real quick. Some of you have seen this, but it really, when you have something this significant, okay, you really you want to show it more than once, right? So here we are. This is when he stood up and said, fight, 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 right? And look at that red line across his face. Okay? All right? Fight, fight, fight. Well, folks, when you pull up, let me take you to this. Again, this is trying to show you why I follow the boards, the Q boards. All right. When you search results, as soon as that happened, as soon as he said fight, 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 I go to the boards and I look up fight for fight. Now, I don't go to the boards. I go to Q alerts.app. Sometimes I use qag.news. But look at 2190. Q, you're right along Emmy's red carpet, Keck, where we go one, we go all, right? Emmy's, like this, they're all acting. It's a show. Anon's picked up on the carpet bombs for you and you alone. Fight, fight, fight. Look at this image, which, when you really look at it, is his hand in the air, okay? Just like this over here, okay? And this is from that drop, fight, fight, fight. And for the first time in history, at such a thing, a photographer captures a bullet whizzing past his head. A photographer who has never been to a Trump rally until this one. Mainstream media like CNN, who haven't broadcast Trump rallies live until this one. Why was this photographer there, who has been used by the deep state in the past to record the moment Andy Card told George W. Bush, that America was under attack in that classroom? He took that photo, and he took this one. Why was he using a shutter speed so fast that it could capture that? Was he supposed to capture Trump's brains being splattered? God forbid. Just throwing that out there. I don't know exactly what went down with this whole situation, but none of it makes sense. So the thing that does make sense to me is that somehow this was part of the show. Okay. And look at what has happened since this went down. This is a significant world event that shifts the narrative, that changes everything. It changes everything. It's really quite remarkable what we're experiencing. Let me get to the comments with you all folks. NS Land, hi Sneds, I love this tribe. This is a great tribe, my friends. If you're new here, get to know these people, folks. This is a great tribe. This is a tribe that's been with me for 5 years. plus years, 5.5 years now, doing live shows. Many were with me when I started walking the beach in California, and just talking on my phone. And for for those who don't like the donations or think I'm a grifter or whatever, folks, I did 200 shows before I ever dropped a PayPal link. And now I can't even drop a PayPal link because I've been terminated from them, Venmo, and Buy Me a Coffee. 200 shows. Show me one person that you're listening to that did 200 shows without doing anything for money. And so let me get to some of your comments, folks, and see if you have any questions or comments. By the way, love. Let's see. Let's see. Ren's Bubble. Dave QAG has screenshots of the deleted tweets from Q drops. Yeah, you're right, Ren's. That's why I use QAG sometimes, because you can see the screenshots of the deleted tweets, and he's great. And I'm going to get together with him. We live in the same town, and we've been meaning to get together. And I want to walk through with him and use his stuff a little bit more. But thank you for that. Let's see. Sparky's Run, the light grows brighter. Yeah, Christina, thanks for sending us to Scavino, by the way. Okay, hold on, I gotta connect with my little girl here. Tomorrow night, I'll be hosting my family for dinner. So if I do a show, it'll be either earlier or later. But again, please don't hold me to that because I'll either, sometimes I'll do stuff during the day. So please set the notifications. Okay, great. Okay. So, oh my goodness. Alrighty. Folks, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Let me get down to the new comments. Dina, thank you for all your words. Snedeker's a real deal, along with Hawk at Hawk's Mustard Seats 25. That's the YouTube of Hawk, by the way, guys. If you wouldn't mind showing him some love. Love these guys and our tribe. Thank you, Dina, for that. That's awesome. Megatini, great show, Dave. Thank you. Charlie, it's a time to be truly grateful for. All glory to Father God. It is wonderful to give thanks, and also important to understand our role in all of this, folks. QAG is a Flynn bro. Interesting. There's not much chatter on that end. I don't know that. But if you know that, please send me any receipts. But the reason I wanted to get together with him is because of the work he's done. Because if you have the Q board up, and there are a lot of Q people that are Flynn all the way. I'm not one of them, but because of Q mentions Flynn quite a bit, and but he kind of turned his back on us. But oh yeah, I did see that. Did you see Charlie Kirk's post about Biden's emergency flight to Johns Hopkins, speculating on him dying or dead? I sent it to your text. Thank you. Yes, I did see that. I read that earlier, and I think it's significant. I think what Laura Loomer's been doing on the whole Biden thing, and then Charlie Kirk followed that up with this whole thing. Is there anything new, guys, out on the on X right now about Biden, because this is kind of crazy. So let me take you to this tweet. This is interesting. This just came across. I can't verify this, but let's see. Hold on. What's going on? It's blocking me. Why is that blocking me? Where's Joe Cap? Oh, that's my show. Okay. Road closure at Mar-a-Lago. Hello, family. I live 20 minutes from Mar-a-Lago. A blockade has been put up. A blockade. I drive by there all the time using South Bridge, and now it is no longer accessible. The news reported the blockage will be up until further notice. Let's pray this is it. I will drive as close as I can tomorrow to see if it's military. Praying this is it. Much love to you all. There's a real heightened sense, isn't there, folks? DC Lidstone, Trump on Truth. Key phrase, be careful what you wish for. One drop as the world turns. JFK assassination. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Who are taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. 60% must remain private, at least for humanity. These people should be hanging. I had told you 80% private earlier. But it's, that's for what we're not seeing, but they're saying 60% must remain private. Donald Trump's Truth. This is off Donald Trump's Truth that DC Lidstone found this. Lying Kamala Harris, the Biden appointed border czar who never visited the border. And by the way, Cheatle was asked if she'd visited the site where Donald Trump assassination attempt occurred, and she had not. And he basically said, "Do you know the shooter visited there two times more than you did?" And then, look at Harris not going to the border, whose incompetence gave us the worst and most dangerous border anywhere in the world, has absolutely terrible poll numbers against a fine and brilliant young man named Donald John Trump. Be careful what you wish for. Democrats, ? MAGA 2024. By the way, spellings matter. Okay. Terrible poll numbers. Misspellings matter. Poll, P-O-L-E. That should be P-O-L-L. Okay. So I'm going to take another look at that here. And it takes us to 586. And the Q drops via what you wish for, right? That's what I do too. Is I'll look up. There are ways. It's news unlocks the map, right? So news happens and you look that up, or something that Trump says that really stands out. What would happen if texts originating from an FBI agent to several internals discussed the assassination possibility of the POTUS or member of his family? Look at what we're looking at here, folks. What if the texts suggest foreign allies were involved? Forget the Russia setup, one of 22. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for as the world turns. Could messages such as those be publicly disclosed? What happens to the FBI? What happens to the DOJ? What happens to special counsel? What happens in general? Every FBI, DOJ previous case could be challenged. Lawless. Think logically. We haven't started the drops regarding human trafficking sacrifices yet. Worst. Okay. Again, we haven't started the drops regarding human trafficking sacrifices yet. Worst. You're going to see that because crimes against children will unite all humanity. I'll take you to that in a moment. Those good who know cannot sleep. Those good who know cannot find peace. That's us. Those good who know will not rest until those responsible are held accountable. Folks, that's us. We are the keystone. Q asks us, what is the keystone? The key is the map, what we're looking at right now, the drops. Stone is POTUS and patriots. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Who are we taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. 60% must remain private, at least for humanity. These people should be hanging. Great drop by POTUS, sending us into these drops. Thank you, DC Lidstone, for that nice little dive there off the Trump's post on Truth Social. Folks, this is, we are absolutely being exposed to the things that we need to be exposed to. Okay. Wyatt says, I like this gentleman. I recommend a follow. Oh, here it is.
The site.
No, I have not.
9 days is telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with.
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately
I
following.
think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay.
Above this line, you can see how the face wants.
Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparatore's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was a nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair Reagan.
Wow. So that was the one I was talking about. So glad that that I came across that just now, because powerful testimony by And thanks for MJ Truth Ultra for sharing that. That was Representative Fallon. So I didn't have his name earlier, so I'm glad about that. Let's see. Let me just read this post here by Robbie Starbuck. But Robbie Starbuck, by the way, has been doing a great job on exposing Tractor Supply and also John Deere and their DEI practices, which have come kind of like to full circle and into the light because of this assassination attempt on President Trump. Because seeing all those women in the Secret Service was just like a little over the top, and then they're not big enough to really protect him. Next night at the RNC, you see him with all men that are his height or bigger. Just a quick timeline for everyone to consider. Biden says 20 times that he's not dropping out and that he won't be pushed out by party elites. He gets COVID. Goes out of sight for a few days. His campaign co-chair says emphatically that Joe is not leaving the race, period. Do you remember that? We covered that. That was either Thursday or Friday morning. A few hours later, his X account posts that he is leaving the race via a screenshot document with absolutely no proof that he's behind it because it didn't have letterhead. And, oh, by the way, that was on Friday that she said that, Friday morning, right? And I didn't buy that either. And I think she might have said that on Morning Joe, who, by the way, was not on Monday morning, which tells us a lot because Morning Joe is led by Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. Mika Brzezinski is the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was a CIA globalist, bad player. Just through the 70s and the 80s. So also I want to also say something about the signature of Joe Biden on that document. It was underlined, and he never underlines his signatures. Even the old signature, now the new signature, he doesn't underline. But one thing that underline means is also it can be read as an underscore. Okay. So what is being underscored? Are they underscoring Joe Biden? So I thought about that. 24 hours later, Joe Biden's campaign aides and staff said that they found out via X, not from the Bidens. Imagine that. How's that for leadership? 24 hours later, Joe still hasn't shown his face to confirm that it's his statement, but Kamala secured enough delegates to be the nominee within those 24 hours since his post and supposedly, got the money. Joe Biden's X account now has a Kamala ad as his profile header. Their campaign headquarters has been redone to eliminate Biden name. Kamala holds a small event where she begins to say that he's on a record. And by the way, if you were on with us earlier when we went over to say hi to Oliver on his spaces over on X, he played that for us. She begins to say that he's on a record. Then she says phone, and we hear a strange back and forth that feels totally unnatural. All of this is via phone, like we're living in the 1940s, glued to the radio for news. No visual is shown of him. All of this occurs with no proof that it's Joe. Maybe he did this, but even if he did, this is bizarre, and yet the media is pretending it's normal. None of this is normal. Thank God we have X, so they can't control this entire narrative, eventually all of which will fall apart. Watch. Absolutely. Great post by Robbie Starbuck. Folks, sometimes I share somebody that might have just pure gold attached to them. But they might, believe something that I don't believe. Like Laura Loomer, I just mentioned. Well, folks, she's doing some great reporting on Biden and Trump, some really great stuff. But I don't follow her at all when it comes to Israel. I think she's completely off the deep end when it comes to justifying that whole situation. Hi. He doesn't like it when I stand. I've noticed that. So yeah. So how about all that, folks? That is really really something. So let's see. What do you guys think here? I'm gonna yeah, hi Jasper. Thank you guys. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and we haven't had a walk yet. We're gonna have a late night walk, which we've been doing lately, which we've been having fun with. Hi, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah, we're still gonna go. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so I'm gonna wrap this up here pretty soon, folks. It's been a fantastic show. If there's anything that you want me to touch on before I go, please mention it in the chat, and I'll see if I can get to it for you. My little guy is let's see, so much. I mean, I could go all night, folks, and I have, by the way. And to be honest with you, hey, buddy, come here, give me a second, okay? Give me a second, okay? Right? Give me a few minutes, okay? Lay down. Give me a minute. So, one of the things I wanted to say is that I did shows every night this past week, and some of them were really, really, really long. Chivo, thank you. Were really long, and I'm wiped out. Like I went too long. Went way too long. Thank you guys. Yeah, that's right. He thinks I'm getting ready to take him walking because I'm standing, probably. Exactly. Look what you sent me. Where'd you send me that, Kevin? Okay, I see it. Oh, okay. Let me let's see. All right, let me pull up Kevin's share here. Where is that? Here it is. Okay, it's taking us to X. Okay. I have seen this before. I think this is good. John Cullen, by the way, I shared some of this. John Cullen has been doing some good stuff. So let me share this with you here.
Sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here.
Oh, and by the way, I gotta take it. So, thank you for that, Kevin. That was good to see. That reminds me too. I must take you to a friend of mine did a really great piece on this the other night, and he sent it to me, and this is the maestro, and he's out of hold on, let me bring you with me here. And I do want to show this here, and it's going to take a few more minutes, but it's going to be worth it. I want to see, how long is this? Can I show you the whole thing? Oh, I see what I did there. Okay. So this is, he calls it Steven's Real News Corner, the maestro. He did this Monday, and it's 23 minutes long. And it's really good, but I want to take you to just a few. Oh, he's in the Netherlands. Did I finish that? He's in the Netherlands. And I'm gonna have him on this week, actually. Let's see. Today's Monday. Wednesday, I'm going to have Stephen on Wednesday. And Stephen, if you're watching this, that was one of the windows you gave me. So let's do Wednesday, and I'll probably do a Wednesday morning show, and I'll probably do it live, and so that you can catch it in the morning and also catch it at night because he's over in the Netherlands. But let me take you to a few things that were something that I didn't consider here. And I'll leave the link as best I can to this whole thing. It's on BitChute, and you can find him on, like I said, Real Stevens Corner or the Maestro. And let me find the part for you. So I'll leave the drop so you can watch it, but I want to. Well, let me just share. Okay, let me share a few things.
Rather strange behavior by the so-called Secret Service, isn't it? So it seems that the Secret Service was lured into a trap, especially due to the fact that attendees had already warned the Secret Service that someone was on the roof of a building in possession of a gun, and then they did nothing for several minutes. So it seems Donald Trump was not shot by a sniper. It's all a staged show. The alleged gunman was 400 to 500 feet away from Donald Trump. Not a single shot was fired before the alleged Secret Service on the roof started firing back either. And if you look closely and listen carefully to this video, you will notice.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that shot.
By the way, this is the exact spot that I wanted, and I did it by accident. So check this out. Now listen to the sound and watch the motion of the sniper.
Shot's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Trump also had no blood on his right hand when he was hit. You can see it very clear.
Now watch what seems to be the recoil of this gentleman.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that shot. That shot's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Trump also had no blood on his right hand when he was hit. You can see it very clearly here in the video. That blood is afterwards on his right ear, which also happens to be the ear where JFK was hit in 1963. It's just smeared on his ear and it looks like some kind of jelly or putty. And blood also flows very differently from your ear when you have a wound there. We've all experienced that one time or another. If you cut yourself there or you have a wound there, you'll bleed like hell from your ear, and that's tremendously difficult to staunch. The Secret Service also gives Trump yet another opportunity to address a message to the audience. He thrusts his fist in the air and then says very clearly, wait, wait, wait. And then he says, fight, fight, fight. And normally this would never, ever be allowed. Everyone who has to protect the commander-in-chief in wartime is thoroughly screened in a way none of us can possibly imagine. And this includes live kinetic training. Every one of them has already been extensively trained to make sure that what supposedly took place yesterday or the day before can never occur. Furthermore, security guards normally have earpieces in, don't they? I mean, with clear spiral wiring. And yes, here, some of those guards have nothing at all. And it also looks like they are wearing masks. It does look very out of place. Look how she is struggling to maneuver her gun into her holster. The audience also reacts very strangely.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said.
So that's Stephen. He's very popular in the Netherlands. And Stephen's Real Corner News. And I'm going to drop his link to that post in the chat. And I'm also going to video of Stephen. So that's in the chat. You'll find that there. And also, let's see. Oh, wow. Shady says, or I'm sorry, Shay says, breaking, a verified source has informed the global press team that President Joe Biden is currently in hospice care and is unlikely to survive the night. I got this from Josh Dunlop on that Airy. It says Airy. I wonder if you're saying Ariel. Let me go to Ariel. And Jim, I got your email. I will. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all that. Let's see. And yeah, it's Joe on day 10. Well, that's a Q drop is 10 days. What is it? What was it? The Q drop, the 10 days. By the way, I don't think there will be an election, folks. So I've said that for quite some time. Fox News is speculating on Biden's death. This is something that that I also predicted because that's how they're going to use it. So yeah, he dies again tonight. This is the Joe 2.0, done in 10 days. Thank you, Renz. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Done in 10 days, and that would be tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the day 10, right after the assassination attempt. Is that right? Yep, Awaken Trillium. Nope, no election. Let's see. I've got to go down. You're speaking reality. I don't get that, but thank you. There won't be any. Yeah, totally agree. So here's the other thing, folks, is if your ear, which you can't see mine because I've let my hair grow so long, it's kind of funny. I started listening and hearing about how our hair is our antenna to the world. And I was talking to Hawk, and he's got very long hair, and how, the Native Americans let their hair grow long because it gave them an awareness around them a little bit, around themselves. And so I thought, I used to have longer hair, not as long, down to the back or anything, but I used to have longer hair, and I was crushing it, and I'm gonna let it grow and see what happens. But when you get hit in the ear, the blood's gonna flow down the channels and off your ear. It's not just gonna stay up there. And it's also going to go into the hair, and it's going to go everywhere, not just a red streak that we saw, right? So that's questionable. That's questionable at best. Yeah, like Samson, Marta, exactly. So must have dripped while he was upside down without his shoe. Could be. What's the shoe deal? Now, my buddy Ed says that he's a martial artist, and he's done a lot of grappling, and he's been in fights in his life. And he says he's lost his shoe a lot when he gets taken down. But that was kind of odd too, but also takes us to the Gulliver post, where he's, let's see if I can find out. Can you guys send me the Gulliver, the drop number for the Gulliver post when he's tied down? The one thing is with so the shoe was kind of odd too, right? The shoe was odd. let's see. Trump can't stand messy, so blood on his hair would not be acceptable. That's a good point. The old phone in the shoe trick. Yes, Maxwell Smart. Smart. That's great. You look too young for that. You look too young for Maxwell Smart. Yeah. So, but what's going on? Like, it doesn't make sense. There's too much that's questionable. Too much that's questionable. I'm going to share with you all my my live from Vegas when what's his name, Baldwin shot the woman behind the camera. Thank you, Kevin. Shot the DP. And I'm gonna let me see this. I gotta do this. Hold on. So this is the one I'm talking about. It says it's a Q drop 2822. Somebody dropped that for me earlier too, and I kind of missed that. 2822. This is the it says thank you, Patriot. This is a Ben Garrison, and they've got them all tied down. You know, CNN, Pelosi, Comey, Obama, Rosenstein, Ilhan Omar, Maxine Waters, Mueller, right? We were just hearing about Mueller, and he presses the button, and Mueller gets blown away. Maxine gets blown away. McCain, the Ninth Circuit Court, you know, and all this, right? I'm sorry I don't have it bigger for you, but I could go to 20. Let me do that. Let me go to just so you get a better picture of it for those that may not know it. I'll go right there. There we go. Here it is. So a little bit better picture, right? And then Pelosi and Schumer have his shoe, right? Hillary's right there, right? Federal Reserve, right? Schiff. And they think they got him, folks. How many times have they thought that they had him, right? And he sounds the alarm, and they all go falling away. And so, yeah, it really is amazing. It's a work of art. Well, where's Hunter? Remember that. Yeah, Penny for your thoughts. Where's Hunter? Remember that. Yeah, exactly, right? So where's Hunter? If you remember, he was saying that in the 2016 election. I'm sorry, 2020. And then the proof that I showed of the inauguration showed Hunter in a crossfade cut on two different places on the stage at the exact same time, which would have been impossible. And that's when I told you this was not shot live. This was edited after the event, or after, you know, to show as live. So it was before the event. So that was, to me, that showed that it was proof. And also, and Trump was saying, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? And I think he was leading us to the inauguration at that moment, because that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that that event was orchestrated. Okay. Wayne, shit is real. It's your interpretation. Be in a peaceful place. Guard your scrounging. Bless all night. Yeah, something like that. Thank you for that. Yes, it is upon us. Good thing Dave is back. Thank you, Penny. I'm thanking God for this miracle. Yes, Bamla, when you have 8 people pounce on you, you might lose a shoe. Absolutely. This was not the first attempt at his life. Hello, David and family. So happy to be here. Good to have you here, folks. I'll be going every day this week. This is big stuff, and I'll be on every day this week. So that's why it's so important to go to your X, go to your Rumble right now, and hit the notifications so you know when I go live. Let's see. Okay. And I wanted to go to X. Folks, I honestly, I thought that when I went live tonight, I thought, I bet we hear that Joe Biden dies during the live show. I actually thought that to myself. Oh my God, have you seen this? This is just something I like to do. Hold on, let me get rid of this. I like to do stuff like this too. Check this out. Pretty big squirts. Humans. The giants flame. Folks, there's been stuff going on in this realm longer than we can imagine. It's uncanny. Well, let me take you through my X feed while we're together, and just see what pops up, shall we? Let's see. We're let's see, a little over. What are we at? We are at 5,600 beautiful people, folks. 55,600 beautiful people here in the Truthcast in the Sned Shed. I'm glad to be here. Global Press says, breaking, a verified source has informed the Global Press team that Joe Biden is currently in hospice care and is unlikely to survive the night. Wow. Yeah, Sheila Jackson was involved in the oversight of the Secret Service. Interesting that she was involved in the oversight of the Secret Service. There was a massive Secret Service failure and died 6 days after the assassination attempt on Trump. Stu Peters' real question is, how long has Joe Biden been dead? Well, we know he's been dead before he took office, because it's not him. So that's been going on for quite some time, and we know that to be true. Here's a clip that ended Kamala's first presidential campaign. Let's check this out. Let's check this out.
Conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris.
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system.
So that's one of the things I mentioned tonight about her, and that should have ended her career, actually. So much should have. But I want to take you to Ariel's post. And this is, let's see. Okay, here it is, and it's on the post that I just mentioned, that I just shared with you about Biden. And just so you know, guys, if you don't follow Ariel, please do so. This is him. You'll see at Proletario1. That's Ariel. Even if you put in at Ariel, you'll see him. And you'll see that he does follow me, as well as I follow him. I've been following him for quite some time. But I'm also honored that he follows me. He only, out of 360,000 followers that he has, or 356, He only has 2,700 that he's following. So I'm glad that he's following me. Well, would you look at that? I just love how they're being forced into a corner with Kamala Harris. I knew they would have to come around sooner or later. They're between a rock and a hard place, and they will have to go full throttle and stop trying to drag Joe Biden everywhere as if he even knows how he ended up at the Oval Office versus the other room, where he usually sits naked and watches MASH reruns all day. So yes, so that he does say that. He also says, do you all see how fast things are moving? We are not even out of July. We already know that Joe Biden's name cannot be removed from at least 9 states, so they had no choice but to find a way to get someone else in there, because Donald Trump did say the 25th Amendment would come back to haunt Joe Biden. We all know he was unfit, but they set up a fake phone call where it appears by virtue alone that Kamala Harris can legally take the presidency because Kay Biden supported her along with other sellouts in the entertainment industry, given their support when just last week she was being dragged. Now all of a sudden she's the golden child. This should tell you all that the media is its own governing body. It is its own constitution. This is how they are able to keep the sellouts in line and basically get them to bend to whatever is being pushed in the media, no matter how devious. But that is another subject. We are being moved at high speed here. And once people see how much of a wreck Kamala Harris is, then things are really going to get going. Yeah, absolutely. Biden was almost full term, so the Democrats had to abort him. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's from Ariel. This is, let's see. This was from 7/3/24, Hadessa 1776. Says, remember Dan Scavino's 3 a.m. post? It's 3 a.m. and a baby sleeping. And that was 7/3/24. 3 a.m. Is that when he goes down for his permanent nap? Isn't it interesting, folks, what's happening here, right? Did he get written out of the script for flubbing his lines one too many times? Rest in peace, Joey. You were good for some laughs, that's for sure. Folks, do you see the awareness at play here? This plays similar to Sheila Jackson, JoJo been gone. Yeah. Yeah. Folks, this is, I mean, look at the narrative that we're seeing here. This is uncanny. This is uncanny, right? Ah, man, oh man, oh man. Wow. Thank you, Dave. Awesome show. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much, Dave, for all you do and share. Lots of love coming your way. I appreciate that. And folks, thank you for donations. I did 9.5 hours last Friday. I think I got $35 in donations. Did a little bit better on Saturday, but I don't think people really understand how few people actually donate on the internet. It's pretty amazing. Huge night, a week to remember. Yeah, wow. Being awake in this whole operation is amazing. I agree, Renz. Ariel said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a corpse. Was that in the post that I read, or did I miss that? Yeah, we knew it was never the real Joe Biden. Oh my God. Oh, this is a minute 23. I got to share this. Okay. This is why my shows go so long, folks. I just can't stop. It's like an addiction. Chrissy Teigen, who the Anons, basically destroyed on Twitter, and she got a bunch of Anons accounts destroyed because she was speaking very openly about pedophilia. Listen to this.
You were the first vice president of the United States to visit an abortion clinic, traveling earlier this year to a Planned Parenthood in Minnesota. We'll say no president has, no vice president before Kamala. So
I didn't realize I'd be the first, but what else is new? But the reason that I went is because healthcare clinics have had to close, especially in the states with abortion bans, which I call Trump abortion bans, by the way, because no matter how much he wants to say, "Oh, leave it to the states," had he not intended to do what he actually did, these states would not have been able to pass these laws. So be very clear, these are Trump abortion bans. So I went to the clinic to highlight what these clinics do. First of all, these clinics are in the community. These clinics are the same ones that provide breast cancer screenings, that do pap smears. And so again, residual impact, when these places have to shut down, where are people gonna go? And the travesty of it is that it will result in all kinds of other healthcare consequences and harm.
the amount of not just physical care, but mental care, all the women that come through that clinic deserve to have the same thing.
That is a couple witches talking there, folks. A couple witches talking. It's really scumbaggery at the lowest level. Any idea what comes tomorrow? That was a question. Thank you, Moonbeam, for sharing that with me. That's a great question, and I'm going to answer that. To the best of my knowledge. Hey, Brian Hall, thank you for your donation. Much, much, much appreciated. This is from Coastal WN. Any ideas what comes after tomorrow, after Biden bites the dust? Well, okay, so one of the things I never do is I never try to pretend like I have all the answers or know what's going to happen. Most of my predictions have been because of Q, because I follow Q. And so, and Q doesn't make predictions necessarily, but of like date and time, but of what's going to happen. And a couple of my predictions have come through the Ingersoll-Lockwood decodes that I've done as well. And they've been spot on, by the way. And it's not because of me, but it's because Q and Ingersoll-Lockwood. I've only made like really two predictions on my own. The first one was what happened in January of 2019. That I predicted, January 2020, that I predicted in May of 2019. And that was because I was fighting for medical freedom in California. And I saw how they were using things to push forward. And I can't say much more on that because I'm on Hawk's YouTube channel. But at any rate, so I'm not one of these guys that's going to say, "Oh, I know exactly what's going to happen." So I don't want you to think that. I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen, and in my humble opinion. Joe goes. They prop him up as like some kind of martyr. Kamala is pushed into the forefront. They allow us to destroy her. I went on record and said I completely endorse Kamala as Democrat nominee for president because, as a joke, but I want her to be because I want to see a Trump-Harris debate. I would absolutely love to see that, I would love to see her get destroyed. I would love to see MAGA back in office, right? And that would happen because there's no way in hell she comes close to, Donald John Trump, obviously. But so they push her to the front. We all destroy her because people are awake now. So people are going to know everything about her. Delayden, the Planned Parenthood stuff. You saw how pro Planned Parenthood she is there. She broke the law. She went after the guy who recorded people breaking the law and didn't go after the people who broke the law. David Delayden is still fighting 9 federal counts. I donate to his campaign for his defense. Not a lot, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a lot to give, but that's one of the places where I think needs support. He exposed Planned Parenthood selling baby parts, and she went after him. That's going to come out. The black men that she put in prison in California. They're going to, we're going to crucify her in the public eye. He won't. I made a prediction. She won't last a week. Okay. And so I think that's what's going to happen. And then they're going to have to bring out the big guns, which I believe are going to be the Clintons and the Obamas. And then we're going to destroy them. And honestly, folks, I think all of this is being written by the White Hats. Because now we are ready. Folks, in a day, we knew this. In a day, we knew the following. Let me share this with you.
Well, shorted 12 million shares of Donald Trump stock on July 12th. Here's everything that you need to know about Austin Private Wealth. Because if it's not an input error, it's definitely not intentional, right? As you can see, an event starkly reminiscent of strange trading activity just before the what attacks in 2001? On July 12th, do keep in mind, a day before July 13th, 12 million. Ironically, Austin Private Wealth's highest shareholders just so happen to be BlackRock and Vanguard. So what is a put option, people might ask? Well, like it says here, I pulled this good article that explains it very thoroughly. Ironically, a put option is an investment made by someone who expects a company's stock price to fall. I have no idea why they worded it wrong right there, but this still explains it pretty clearly. People who engage in inside trading by put options can make 5 times or sometimes even 100 times profits, depending on how quickly the stock plummets. And like it says here, hypothetically, if Trump did die in the assassination attempt, his company would have become worthless. Its stock would have become zero in a day. And hypothetically, the people who bought put options would have made billions in profit. The action that was taken was a shorted 12 million shares of Donald Trump's stock. Now, this is the most important part, right? The potential impact that they listed was a significant loss supposedly for the company. What? And as you can see, this portfolio impact was nearly a quarter of their entire portfolio. And their portfolio value was about $1 billion in assets under management. And as you can see, in case of events like Trump's death, the value of Trump Media and Technology Group shares would have plummeted, and the put options held by companies such as the Austin Private Wealth would have been worth billions. Also, supposedly, according to reports, ironically, Austin Private Wealth has also bought 36 million puts of Rumble on July 12th the same day. And supposedly, like it says right here, it's common knowledge that Rumble stock would have plummeted too if something had happened to Trump. Do keep in mind, these are all different articles, okay? Now, this is the most interesting part of it all, right? Some of Austin Private Wealth's top holdings, as reported in their latest 13F filing, include the Rothschild family, BlackRock, Vanguard, Meta, George Bush, and the Cheney family. What? And like it says here, Trump's death would have crashed the NASDAQ and DOW Jones for a week. And hypothetically, supposedly according to some estimates, anyone who had this knowledge beforehand would have made an estimated $696 billion to $1 trillion in profits. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that just a month ago, BlackRock and Citadel Securities started backing a TXSE group to launch the Texas Stock Exchange. And as you can see earlier this year, specifically in March, BlackRock created a fund with Securitize, supposedly a big player in real-world asset tokenization. And of course, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, aka my fucking grandfather, said in an interview earlier that the company's filings for spot Bitcoin and other ETFs were stepping stones towards tokenization. And have you noticed what Ken Griffin's latest investments have been, aka the CEO of Citadel Securities? Because when you do, things start to get really interesting. And ironically, this just so happened to happen in 2020. I'm sure you can read that for yourself, right? And why might that be so important? Well, because one of Ken Griffin's major investments just so happened to be in Amazon. And wow, you can easily find things just like this. This was in 2022, right? Amazon leaks Greek what project? Everything starts to make sense eventually.
We knew that in a day, 2 days. We found out that somebody was shorting Trump media stock. Now what we're finding out is somebody shorted CrowdStrike. This was after the CEO of CrowdStrike sold his 4,000 shares of CrowdStrike stock before that all went down, right? Folks, we're at 5,700, over 5,700 beautiful humans in the Sned Shed tonight. Thanks for joining us. I can't stop, and here's why. By the way, fortunately, my little dude has fallen asleep, and so I've probably got a little bit more time before he wakes up and is ready to go for his walk. So I got to go to my feed here because something else happened that just popped up, and that is Laura Loomer. Biden is dying has started quietly delegating his authority to the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State in an act that is further evidence that Joe Biden is dying and Kamala Harris will be president soon. Oh, the other thing that I think is going to happen tomorrow, not tomorrow, but within the next week, is that, and when I said that I didn't think she would last a week as president, like I don't think she'll last a week once he goes. And because people are also going to say she's not eligible. Okay. And Ariel just did a post that I just retweeted on @DaveSnedeker that you got to check out. But this is the memorandum. So people are going to bring that up, and that's going to be part of her just not having to step aside, right? Not even be able to take the helm. And that's when I believe Mike Johnson steps in. And I believe that was one of the reasons that Mike Johnson went down to Mar-a-Lago after we all felt he sold us out on the Ukraine deal. And he went down to Mar-a-Lago and spoke, and with Trump behind him, kind of like Trump was the president, right? And then I think they take out the deep state players through obvious evidence. And at the very end, they show how the election was stolen, and they reinstitute Donald John Trump back into the picture. That's my ideal scenario. And it all happens before November. Well before November. It all happens very quickly. Very quickly. Because most of it's already been done. See, most of it's already been done. All they have to do is tell us what's been done. Memorandum of delegation of certain functions and authorities under the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act. This is basically to the Secretary of the Treasury, who is delegating certain functions and authorities under the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act. They have to keep sending money to Ukraine because that's the deep state money laundering organization. So that's what they're showing us this, okay? I hereby delegate to the Secretary of the Treasury the functions and authorities vested in the President by these sections of the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity Opportunity. I hereby delegate to the Secretary of State in consultation with the Secretary of Treasury, the functions and authorities vested in the president by section, So this is to keep the money laundering going. Okay. Keep the money laundering going. By the way, who's this? John Cullen says, why was he led away? What did he do? Was he booked or released? This was somebody else that was captured on the day of the assassination attempt. Let me make sure you guys are with me. Yes, you're with me. Okay. So that happened. Red Pill Drifter Anna Nicole Smith was a Playboy playmate when she was found dead. The autopsy revealed large amounts of chloral hydrate in her system. Chloral hydrate is a hypnotic sedative used for mind control. I've told this story many times. I met her at a Hollywood party, one of the few parties that I was ever invited to, and I was invited there from the guy who ran the LA Sports Club. And I met Anna Nicole there, and actually she gave me her number. I never used it, but she was also friends of a friend of mine, and she was completely out of it. Just, you could have a conversation with her, but it was obvious that something was not, connecting. Oh, okay. So this is Ariel. Do you all see where this is going? I can imagine this will get the normies going, just as the news about Kate Middleton whereabouts have still gone unanswered, as many seen, that are all supposed footage of her walking around was not the person the media was portraying her to be. The media, had to, Kiro revising their stories. I don't know what he means by that. He does so much work. Often he has typos, but the content is just fire. But this will be different with the president. As you have learned on this channel, that the White House has been empty for some time. Only a few are allowed in. So this will be interesting as to where this story can go from here. I am sure Lauren Boebert will learn some surprising twists to this entire plot, or maybe not, who knows. Breaking. Representative Lauren Boebert demands proof of life from Joe Biden today by 5 p.m. He needs to get in front of some camera and discuss if he's aware that he dropped out. Hiding is completely unacceptable. This was today. Well, now we're into the 23rd. So this was yesterday. But she's saying he needs to happen by 5 p.m. Obviously, that didn't happen, right? But needs to happen. Okay. Now, here's the other thing about that, is that Trump said he truthed Sleepy Joe is gonna wake up tomorrow, and forgot that he dropped out. And that was very telling, because it was like, wow, that's kind of an odd thing to say. But man, we hold on. Wow. Trump retruthed a Q person, Patriot for Life. We are witnessing one of the greatest chapters in our entire lifetime. This is clearly a war of good versus evil. And we are all part of these historic events. When they say it's a great time to be alive, embrace this moment, for we are witnessing the power of God like we have never seen before. God chose Donald Trump for this task. This goes without question. No other person would be able to withstand what this man has gone through and continues to go through for us, for America. All being orchestrated through the powers of God. God is showing the world through President Trump that no matter what they do, no matter what they try, no matter how they try to defy him, God is showing the world he is in control. He is also showing us all that he will not be defied. He will not be defeated. He will conquer all and crush this evil once and for all. In God, we must always trust, fear nothing, no matter what you see or hear. In the end, nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. God bless you all. That is fantastic. I'm going to retruth that. Yeah, and he retweeted it. Okay. You know, yeah, all these benefits of Trump. $1.50 a gallon of gas, $5 under Biden. 0.8% inflation under Trump was better than 8% inflation under Biden. Secure borders. Yeah, I don't need to tell you all that. You guys all know that. All this stuff. Now, what I wanted to find was let's see. While just watching the fake news, and they're doing their very best to turn the worst president in our history into a brilliant and heroic leader. He was heroic because he quit, and to turn dumb as a rock Kamala Harris from a totally failed and insignificant vice president into a future great president. No, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah. Yeah. Look at it. Look at all this. So, I think I missed it. I don't know where it's at. Let me go back to this. Let's see. It's a new day, and Joe Biden doesn't remember quitting the race yesterday. He is demanding his campaign schedule in raging talks with President Xi of China and Putin of Russia concerning the possible start of World War III. Biden is, sharp, decisive, energetic, angry, and ready to go. Yeah, right. Who is running our country right now? It's not Crooked Joe. He has no idea where he is. If he can't run for office, he can't run our country. Biden never had COVID. He is a threat to democracy. Here it is. It's not over. Tomorrow, Crooked Joe Biden's going to wake up and forget that he dropped out of the race today. Yeah, I mean, this is unbelievable, folks. This is like nothing we've ever seen before. I mean, think about this. I mean, this is just uncanny. Uncanny. Like what level that we are at of this awakening, by the way. You know, members of Congress, wait a minute. Maybe this is one other clue as to how the rest of this will unfold. Let's go to Ariel's other post. And little man is still sleeping. Here we go.
On Capitol Hill, in terms of what we need the whole scope of this. Has the White House doctor been telling us the truth about this situation and all of that?
Audio on this. And then now it's gone. Oh, this is something. Are you seeing this? Yeah, you're seeing this. So this is something with microfiber clothes. Like you got to boil them and wash them like many, many times because microfiber clothes are poison. I always try to do 100% cotton and organic cotton, ideally, or linen or wool. Natural fibers are the way to go, period, end of story, because from a frequency standpoint, microfiber fake clothes are not good for us, period, end of story. They are part of the mechanism to enslave humanity by weakening us. And they're saying boiling water and bicarbonate soda. Boil over stove with 1 cup bicarb soda for 15 minutes. Put in wash on quick cycle. Bon appetit. Okay. There you go. Happy to share that with you all. Oh man. Yeah, NBC News admits this, which I'm not going to say because I left the screen from you. I'm not going to say because of the channels we're on. But normally I say, if I'm just on X and Rumble, I say all this. Yeah. And I was, my listeners, folks, they'll tell you, I was way out ahead of this. And way out ahead because I saw it coming. I saw it coming. Been tracking this stuff for a long time. Well, my friends, why don't we wrap it up? Oh, by the way, Netanyahu is requesting a meeting with Trump now because no one else will meet with him. Yeah. Oh, the one thing I did want to say, that I wanted to share with you, and that is what it is actually that will unite all of humanity. And because Trump has been saying, unity, he invited what's her name, Nikki Haley, to the convention for unity, to unite. He brought J.D. Vance in to unite because J.D. Vance was never Trumper. The Great Awakening, all these people facing the light with the dark behind them. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity, cross party lines. Difficult truths. When people find out, let me share this with you. You think Wayfair is bad? Wait until people start waking up to what this picture means. The red shoes. If you don't know, look up the Red Shoe Club. That is Tony Podesta, POS. Absolute horrendous human being. Horrendous. So what's going to come out, I believe, about Sheila Jackson Lee, what we're going to expose when Hillary throws her hat into the ring, I believe is surveillance. Yes, I covered this the other night. Vance literally means swamp or marshland. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wake up to yourself. Trump never invited Nikki Haley. He mouthed UT even. I don't know the story behind that, but somebody allowed her to speak at the convention, and he controls that. So I can't imagine that he didn't have something to do with it, even if he's put her into the spotlight to expose her. There's no way that she's going to have any position in his cabinet. I don't believe any of that. Oh yeah, Charlotte, Madeleine McCann's dad is wearing red shoes in that pic. That's absolutely true. Yeah, exactly, Mary. It's tragic. Yeah, he's still flushing the deep state out, and I think that's what I think that might be what Vance is all about, folks. And then, yeah, the ambrosia. I think, Michael, that good to see you, brother. I think that one of the things that that was exposed with that amber rose that was brought into the convention, I think was ambrosia. I think that was the connection there. So we'll see, my friends, right? We'll see how this all goes down. So, my friends, again, I don't have specific times that I go live, but during this week, I'll probably do something very early in the morning. I might even do a sunrise show with you folks. If I get to bed, I'm going to get to bed here after the walk, and I might do a sunrise show because I have a feeling that we might wake up to some news. If I don't do a sunrise show, I'll do it probably a late morning show tomorrow, and not do one tomorrow night since I'm making dinner. So yeah, look for me tomorrow morning then. Let's do that. Okay. And certainly do me a favor tonight, if you wouldn't mind, or tomorrow. Just if this spoke to you, if you enjoyed, the broadcast, share it out with somebody somewhere, somehow, and let them know that, we do a good show here. I'm happy to invite some new folks, and happy to reach more people. Again, I thank you for all your comments, all your support of my Truthcast and the work I do. It is, for every hour I put in on the show, I'm probably doing 2 hours of research. This is one place where we provide receipts. We don't allow information without those receipts. And if we do, I let you know it's speculation. I don't pretend to know something you don't. I don't have any secret sources. I'm not involved in the operation, in the Q operation or any operation. I don't go to Mar-a-Lago. I don't sidle up next to Trump. I don't pretend that I'm in the inner sanctum. And I find that most of the people that do that are not providing us a service to humanity. And I think that's what this is all about. And I take this revolution very seriously. I do not think that we should be allowing, false information based on opportunists, and we must validate, verify, challenge everything you hear, including what you're hearing from me tonight, that you cannot verify yourself. So please, thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing this out. Thank God for this time in our human history. I think this is unlike anything we've ever experienced. And when I say we, I mean humanity. And we are absolutely changing the world for the better, my friends, and we are a part of it. So thank you for being here. Join me again. And until then, much love to you and your family, and may you grow and prosper through this very, very trying time in human history.